Thanks for tuning in. If you're watching on YouTube, be sure to hit the subscribe button to stay up to date on all our latest video content. If you're watching on LocalGov TV, be sure to visit their website to see all of the content made for you by your local governments. Alamance County is pleased to present the Alamance County Commissioners Meeting.
You're going to still do what you just said.
Before I call the meeting to order, I had 3 biopsies and 3 burn places Friday. It took me longer to bandage to get here than I anticipated, so I apologize. But I do have an excuse. It may be a lame excuse, but I have an excuse.
Is that a pun?
I'm not gonna answer that. And I am not under oath. Okay, meeting's in order. Mr. Lashley,
Yes, sir.
you have the honor.
Please join me in prayer, please. Dear Lord, thank you for another wonderful day that you have created. And dear Lord, give us the strength and wisdom to do the business for the citizens of Alamance County today. And dear Lord, we know that all things are possible through you. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'm not sure who the cookie's from, but thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hunt?
I don't want nothing.
Very good.
Do we have a motion as to the agenda?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous.
We do have an adjustment to the agenda, Chairman. I'm sorry, there's a note on your agenda that there was an adjustment needed to the agenda. It was approved a little faster than I could interject, but items 7I and 7J are public hearings and were not labeled as such, so they would need to be moved up to items 7A and B after your consent agenda, if you wish to do the public hearings before the information presentations.
So we need a modification, who made the
Motion to approve as amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Need a second? All in favor of the amended agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Again, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It is truly an honor. We have 4 separate proclamations. I've never been in a meeting where we had 4 separate proclamations in one meeting. And at this point, we're gonna bring,
Doesn't say who.
Mr. Holt.
Mr. Holt is not present today.
All right, who's gonna make the presentation?
Minister Gene Boswell and Joseph Ferguson.
Excellent. If you both would come to the podium and tell us who you are, and then we're gonna have a vote on the proclamation.
Sure. My name is Joseph Ferguson. I am the legislative coordinator for the Concerned Bikers Association.
I'm Minister Gene Boswell. I'm the chaplain with the Concerned Bikers Association. We're proud to receive this proclamation. This proclamation for May is very important to the community. It's very important to the state of North Carolina. It's very important because I was run over in July by a lady who said she didn't see me. That's a very common statement. It's not just about me, it's about the state of North Carolina and the bikers in the state of North Carolina, about being seen. That's what we're all about. Joe's got a statement here about a biker that was killed.
Yes, I'd just like to mention his name. His name was Brad Reed, and he lost his life on Route 87. He was in broad daylight. He was on his way to work in the morning, and somebody did not see him and hit him. And subsequently after that, a second vehicle ran over him, and he lost his life. Just a gentleman who was a productive member of society, just trying to take care of his family and go to work. And, you know, we would really like to make that this month with Biker Safety Awareness to remember Brad's name, Brad Reed.
We need to remember that all bikers are not bad. The American Motorcycle Association says 99% of American bikers are good bikers. Only 1% are bad.
Must,
you.
must keep in mind, I'm sorry.
I would guess more than 1% of the general population is bad.
That's right.
Yeah, we must keep in mind that, you know, even when we're sitting at a traffic light and there's a biker next to us, it could be your lawyer, your doctor, your dentist, anyone.
I think Stephen Carter said one time he did ride, I think.
I did.
So, thank you very
Okay.
much.
My glasses are sitting in my office, so I'm gonna have Vice Chair Carter read the, well, before we read it, we need to take a vote, board, on passing this proclamation. You have all seen it. It was in your packet. I'll make the motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Now, it's official. Mr. Carter.
Whereas, as more and more residents are turning to motorcycles as a form of transportation, and with the warmer weather approaching, it is time to remind property owners to do their part to keep grass clippings and yard debris off the roadways and encourage drivers to be alert and share the road with a motorcyclist and other types of small vehicles. And whereas the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Motorcycle Safety have named Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, and May is traditionally the time that the number of motorcycles on the road increases. And whereas motorcycle riding is not only a popular form of recreation and transportation for thousands of citizens across North Carolina and Alamance County, but an economical means of transportation that reduces fuel consumption and road wear, helps to alleviate traffic and parking congestion. And whereas North Carolina has over 189,000 registered motorcycles and more than 180,000 licensed drivers who have either a motorcycle endorsement or a motorcycle learner's permit. And whereas across the state in 2021, there were 3,712 motorcycle-related crashes that resulted in 210 fatalities and 2,847 motorcyclists seriously injured. And whereas it is important that the citizens of North Carolina and Alamance County be aware of motorcycles on our roadways and recognize the importance of motorcycle safety and share the roadways. And whereas the safe operation of a motor vehicle is enhanced through a combination of rider training and experience, good judgment, a knowledge of traffic laws and licensing requirements, and the use of highly visible safety gear. And whereas several organizations such as the Alamance County Concerned Bikers Association, the North Carolina Motorcycle Safety Education Program, and other state and local motorcycle clubs and riding social clubs are committed to increasing the safe operation of motorcycles by promoting rider safety education programs. And whereas Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month is designed to increase public awareness about motorcycles and safely sharing the road with motorcycles, and to encourage their safe and proper use among motorcycle riders. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month in Alamance County, North Carolina, and urge all citizens to join in this effort to promote awareness, mutual respect, and safety on the roads. This, the first day of May, 2023. Signed by John Paisley and our clerk, Tori Frank. Thank you, guys.
And we appreciate you and what you're doing for safety.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank
Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for coming, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry you caught me, sir.
Thank
I
you,
know,
sir.
thanks.
Appreciate it. Okay, Eric Henry.
Mr. Henry is not here today, but we have Reagan Corral from the LMS Chamber.
All right, would you please come forward? And I think we've seen you before.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are y'all doing? Happy Monday.
Happy Monday.
I'm Reagan Gurrell, President and CEO of the Alamance Chamber, and it is my pleasure to be with you all today on May 1st, kicking off Small Business Week. In addition to myself, we have Stephanie Williams, our Director of Small Business and Entrepreneurial Development, David Putnam, our Senior Director of Economic Development, and Felicia Lewis, the Director of the Alamance Community College Small Business Center.
And David, you can come forward if you like.
The whole team's here today. The Alamance Chamber understands the significant impact that small businesses have on our community, and we appreciate your willingness to elevate that impact for Alamance County with a proclamation today. So we appreciate you.
And board, again, you have read this proclamation. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. And Mr. Carter?
This one's shorter. Small Business Week in Alamance County, May 1 through 7, 2023. Whereas for more than 50 years, the U.S. Small Business Administration, SBA, has celebrated National Small Business Week, which recognizes the critical contributions of America's entrepreneurs and small business owners. And whereas Small Business Week is now observed throughout the nation, and whereas we recognize the important role that small businesses play in bringing innovation, quality of life, jobs, and investments to the city, and whereas small business owners are historically leading donors to the local community through financial gifts and volunteer hours, and whereas focusing on entrepreneurial development and supporting small businesses provides for a stronger, more resilient economy. And now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners, do hereby recognize and honor small businesses by naming the first week of May Small Business Week in Alamance County, North Carolina. Signed this day, the first day of May, 2023. John Paisley and Tori Frank, our clerk.
And we thank you. Also, ACC has a small business program. So I think we also need to acknowledge that as well.
Yes, thank you all so much.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you, John. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brenda Harris, who's presenting the proclamation for child care provider.
We never got confirmation that someone would be here, so we'll try to contact them after the proclamation and the meeting and see if they'd like to come by and get it.
All right, should we go ahead and present it today? All right. The next item is the proclamation for child care provider appreciation day. And Mr. Carter, this one you'll like as well. It's shorter.
Yeah, need a vote?
We do. All right, all board members have seen this proclamation. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Excellent.
Child Care Provider Appreciation Day, May 12, 2023. Whereas Child Care Aware of America and other organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers on this day, and whereas child care provides a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide and is a vital force in our economy, and whereas the pandemic eliminated how indispensable child care providers are for the well-being and economic security of young children's families, communities, and whereas child care programs, which are mostly small businesses run and staffed predominantly by women, are still recovering from health and financial hardships stemming from the pandemic, while they have continued to meet the needs of families. And whereas North Carolina recognizes that child care has been a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy, and as such has provided much needed support to providers to help sustain the viability of child care. And whereas our future depends on the quality of the early childhood experiences provided to young children today, support for high quality child care represents a worthy commitment to our children's future. And now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim May 12, 2023 as Child Care Provider Appreciation Day in Alamance County, North Carolina, and urge all citizens to recognize child care providers for their important work. Signed this the first day of May 2023 by John Paisley and Tori Freeman.
And we thank everyone that's a child care provider. And I would assume that includes all mothers, right? They may not be out of classroom, but whatever. Okay, the last proclamation, one of the most important, is proclamation for the 2023 Clerks Week. Everyone's read the proclamation. I move that we approve it.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you. This one is not short.
This one is not short.
Tori, we blame you for that.
Well, actually, you can blame me
Tori,
because
should you not be here up front in your seat?
Because you're excellent,
Please.
a master and excellent.
Well, you actually can blame me because what happened was, going through my electronic documents, I had found a 1992 proclamation that the Alamance County Commissioners had approved in honor of Clerks Week. So I sent that copy to our County Clerks Association president and immediate past president, and so they liked it. She took it and revised it, and that's why it's so long.
Well,
State, all of us know who you are, but for those out in TV land, state your name and your position and your credentials.
Tori Frank, Alamance County Clerk to the Board of County Commissioners, and I have my Master Municipal Clerk, my North Carolina Master County Clerk certification, and I serve as the International Institute of International, got it backwards, International Institute of Municipal Clerks Region 3 Director.
And if you walk in her office, there are plaques everywhere.
she does a great job
Absolutely.
keeping us straight, folks, let me tell you. We all love her.
She has a really big stick.
Proclamation, Clerk to the Boards of County Commissioners Week, April 30 through May 6, 2023. Whereas it is imperative to the democratic process that a well-informed citizenry participate in the operation of their local government, and whereas the office of the Clerk to the Board provides the communication link between the citizens, the local governing body, and administrative departments, local government partners, and whereas the position of the clerk is one of the oldest in local government, dating at least to biblical times, and whose term has long been associated with the written word, so it is that modern-day clerk are official record keepers for their counties, and whereas North Carolina law requires every Board of County Commissioners to appoint a clerk, and the clerk continues in that position at the pleasure of the board, and whereas the clerk's most significant statutory duties concern the preparation, filing, and safeguarding of local government records, but the statutory duties constitute only a portion of what that clerk does, and whereas the clerk plays a vital role in county government and provides the written record needed to ensure that the board is accountable to the county citizens and to other public and private officials, and whereas the clerk is sometimes described as the hub of the wheel in local government because of the central work that the clerk plays in the government's communication network, and whereas as local government becomes larger and more complicated, The clerk's role as a professional, dispassionate provider of information to citizens, government officials, and the media becomes more and more important. And whereas clerks have the opportunity to participate in the North Carolina Association of County Clerks, a very active, professional association of public officials dedicated to improving the professional competency of clerks through regular regional and statewide educational opportunities. And whereas in cooperation with the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill School of Government and the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, the North Carolina Association of County Clerks helps to sponsor a nationally recognized examination-based certification program that culminates in receipt of the designation of certified municipal clerk. And whereas in addition, the North Carolina Association of County Clerks and the School of Government sponsor state certification programs leading to the designation of North Carolina Certified County Clerk, as well as opportunities for experienced clerks to obtain the continuing professional education needed to remain state certified or to earn an advanced master clerk designation. And whereas in addition to conducting educational programs, the North Carolina Association of County Clerks also directly assist clerks on the job with mentoring programs to provide guidance to assist clerks in their day-to-day work. And whereas clerks, upon their initiative, participate in these certifications and education programs, including annual meetings of the North Carolina Association of County Clerks and the International Institute of Municipal Clerks, which not only improve the operation of their office, but through their achievements and awards, bring favorable publicity to the counties in which they serve. And whereas clerks are involved in at the state level as well as in potential legislative and other matters of interest. And whereas although clerks work for the Board of Commissioners, they truly provide public service. And now, therefore, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners does recognize the week of April the 30th through May the 6th, 2023 as Clerk to the Board of County Commissioners Week, and extend appreciation to our Clerk of the Board, Tori Frink, and to all county clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the county they represent. Dated this the first day of May 2023, signed by John Paisley and by Tori Frink.
Thank you.
And Tori, if you would turn around the other way and allow us all to stand behind her.
Okay.
How many cameras did we just break? We thank you for your excellent.
Thank you, Tori, so much.
Okay, we're now down to public comments. And Rudy Casani. And that's your last name. Cortese. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir. Before we start the clock, the handout that he gave us has an AR-15 apparently on it, but as President Biden said, AR-14. Is that correct?
Not surprised.
It's actually an M16. It's a
Okay.
M4, yes. Okay. My name is Ralph Cortese. I live at 270 Steeler Street, Mebane, North Carolina, and I am the owner of Rad Industries and Rad Range. Good morning. I'm deeply concerned about what's going to happen here this morning. It's been over a year. 5 people who live within 1.5 miles of Rad Range came to complain about the noise from the shooting range. At that time, the Range Protection Act, Mr. Paisley said, protect us. 8 weeks ago, the same 5 people came back here. The same 5 people made wild accusation, innuendos, nothing substantiated, much less proof against Rad Range or me for that matter. Now, one of these same 5 people have made it personal by sending a letter to my house addressed to my wife with more wild accusation, innuendos, and lies. These are people you've been listening to. I've attached a copy of it. Everyone is telling me this is not about Rad or me. Respectfully, after this letter in front of you, I beg to disagree. They targeted my family, my wife at home. We think we've become so, excuse me. I have done everything in my power to ensure safety and compliance at Red Range. Several commissioners came and visited along with the sheriff and found nothing wrong with the range. We think we have come so far from the torture of heretics, burning of witches, and it's all ancient history. Then before you can blink an eye, suddenly it starts all over again. The county commissioners ordered the county attorney to help them craft an ordinance, targeted and directed at Rad Range. They even took the word business out because they knew that the word was too strong to target Rad Range. Notice nothing in here about hunting. The law enforcement exemptions all have to do with target shooting. County commissioners, villains who twirl their mustaches are easily spot. Those who clothe themselves in good deeds are well camouflaged. These 5 people, some of us like them, will always be with us, waiting for the right climate in which to flourish to spread fear in the name of righteousness. Vigilance, county commissioners, that is the price we must pay to ensure our freedoms, and continuously pay. When the first link of the chain is forged, the first speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, changes us all irrevocably. Those are words of wisdom and of warning the first time any man or woman's freedom is trodden upon. We all are damaged. And I fear that's what's going to happen here this morning. The sheriff and I already have an agreement. We stop shooting until 12 noon, and we have RSOs on the range. We've done everything possible. Have we become so fearful, have we become so cowardly that we just create ordinances for a victim's crime to impart a fear of infringement on a protected right that citizens enjoy sports shooting and support the Second Amendment? County commissioners, let's not us condemn citizens of Alamance County, or anyone else for that matter, to victimless laws and ordinances like you're going to vote on this morning because of their love of shooting in the Second Amendment. This is the government our founding fathers warned us about. Hunters are immune, but sport shooters not. Justice for some, harshly curtailing their rights for others. I implore you all, end this now. Like it's getting to a point of madness. I have people calling my phone, sending me letters. They're upset about this. Thank you.
And we thank you. Mr. James Walker.
Mr. Walker.
Hi,
Good morning, sir.
I'm back again. Well, it's on the trash deal. Y'all done a wonderful job of what you done before we started, but it's coming back. Jim Minor Road, Mount Woolen Road, Middle Springs Road, Salem Church Road, 54 Highway. They coming down the road, and the trash is not covered on the trucks or trailers. It's blowing off. I seen 3 bags on the way up here this morning, laying on the side of the road and in the trash, in the grass. Now, they go to mowing that grass, it's going everywhere. They ain't gonna stop and pick it up. I know them. They're contractors. I worked for the state 30 years. I know them pretty well. And DOT is using their tarps. I know that. And these contractors is using their tarps. It's these independent people coming down the road with a trailer and a pickup, and they're not covering the tarps. The trash blowing out of it. They got tarps on it, but they ain't covering it. So what I'd like to see is for the landfill to start charging the people who comes in there with no tarps, charge them $5, $10, $20. I don't care what you charge them. Charge them $100. I don't care. But that they need to start charging them if they do not have a tarp over their trailer or truck, and it's blowing off coming down the road. And good deed that stopped and picked stuff up out of the road, keeping somebody hitting them. Well, they carried it down to the landfill. They charged them for dumping it. You know, they don't charge the state anything for dumping stuff or carrying stuff down there they'd pick up. And that's the same thing. They picked it up on their own. They didn't have to stop and pick it up. Well, I heard that Mr. Hill was in California for 3 weeks, and when the mouse is gone, I reckon the mice will play, as my daddy used to say. But anyway, something needs to be done. need to start charging the people, independent people, and everybody else that's coming in there with not covering the trash with a tarp. Do y'all agree with that?
Let me reassure you that your streets roads I just wrote down are not the only places where irresponsible people do stuff with trash.
Yeah.
I seem to be the trash czar on this commissioner board for some reason. It's been my legacy. And I've gone on Union Ridge Road, I've gone out Highway 49,
It's
I've gone on
everywhere.
Highway 87,
Yeah.
and this is mostly at homes where hoarding just gets out of trouble. And then when you do mow on the side of the road, it looks like it goes through a shredder.
Yeah.
And that's not something for anybody to have to go out there and pick up, so to speak, little piece by piece. It
Ms.
just
Walker,
goes to
I
be,
will have to apologize to you. We're not permitted under our policy to respond to speakers at this point. We can under the county commissioner comment period. And I apologize for the lack of procedure. Thank you, sir.
You would do what now?
I'm apologizing for our improper procedure that
Yeah.
just took place.
do me a
Okay.
favor, John, next time if I'm improper, stop me before I'm into the conversation.
Okay, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your rules.
Thank you, sir.
So y'all can't,
We
put
can't
this law?
address it at this point.
Oh, okay. Well, I know you caught me up here.
Thanks, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. McKenzie.
Good morning. Let's see. Let me hand out some paperwork for you folks.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name's Butch McKenzie, and I live at 2750 White Swan Drive. I'm here to talk about the Rad Range, and I have lived across the street from it for 40 years. In the 70s, it belonged to Gail and Leon Fisk. 80s, it was Deep Creek Plantation. Y'all might have eaten dinner or lunch there. The 90s, it was Al's Fine Food. On April of 1994, I had my wedding reception there. It was Liberty Church. You can look at the paperwork on page 1 there, from 96 to 2013. Then it went back into the Powell Trust from 2013 to September of 21. During that time, it was the Lighthouse Plantation and became the 1776 Sporting Club 2 years ago. That's when all these problems started. The Powells got rid of it, sold it to the Rad Range, September of 2021, just like that document says. How is this possibly grandfathered, only being 2 years old? Okay, if you look on the next page, let's see here, we've got, if there is a substantial change in the use of the range after the person acquires title, the person may maintain a nuisance action if the action is brought within 1 year. They are now increasing their range, making it bigger, moving it to the front yard, just 100 yards off of Fawcett Lane. The very bottom of the second page, this article does not prohibit a local government from regulating the location and construction of a sports shooting range. You guys have the power. You can save us from this nightmare that's going on. Also, page 3. This is North Carolina Virginia regulations regarding gun ranges. No person shall shoot a firearm in a manner that would cause any rifled or smoothbore projectile to travel off the range, except gunshot number 4, smaller, as long as it doesn't risk harm or injury to persons. Okay. No ricochets, no accidental shootings. You can't have any bullets going off the gun range. It could kill somebody. That's what the statute for North Carolina state law says right there in yellow. Page 4. North Carolina Supreme Court has shut down a gun range for the very same reasons that we are concerned about. It's near 2 roads and it's near homes. Supreme Court turned down, got rid of it. Pages 5 through 9 are what other counties have done to protect their neighborhoods. Evidence of liability insurance with the county as the beneficiary. If you're going to let some gun range have bullets going off the gun range, crossing roads and going on other people's property, the county's better assume some responsibility for that. That's why these other counties have got liability insurance with them as the beneficiary. Also, gun range permits should not be transferable. There should not be any shooting within a quarter mile of an occupied dwelling. Now, these are just random counties with their different ordinances. Half a mile from an occupied building, 300 yards from livestock, 300 yards from any dwelling. Shooting stations, berms 26 feet high.
And again,
Noise.
following our procedure, I apologize.
Okay.
You're gonna have to stop.
And please look at the last page.
I assure you, we will look at every page.
It's very important. This just shows you something that I think we all need to be concerned about.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Capps. When I have to stop someone, I'm gonna apologize, but, we're trying to be fair to everyone.
Paul Capps, 3259 North NC's Highway 62. Lived in my address over 30 years. Just wanted to, the ordinance that you're thinking about passing today, I'd like to ask the commissioners and the sheriff, if he's able to speak, how is this going to be enforced? Or do we have to find shells and bullets and then call, or is someone going to have to be shot or hurt before we get involved, before you get involved and the sheriff gets involved to get this worked out? Because as it is now, if it leaves the property, unless we go find the bullet somewhere, who's going to be responsible? And I'd like for you to ask the sheriff to comment on that if you don't mind. Okay, I'm through.
Thanks, sir. Okay, we're now down to our consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second. Oh, Mr. Turner did the second. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Now down to item number 7, and I understand you want to do H.
7, I, and
Oh, is
J.
it I and J?
Right, I and J.
Again, my glasses are sitting on my desk.
You want to borrow mine?
Steve will help me. I have my guide dog sitting to my right.
Wolf.
Okay. H.
Here.
Aye.
I and
I and J.
Do I need to read that for you, John?
Good morning, Commissioners. We're on delay in the other room, so give me just 1 second.
Good morning, Patty.
Good morning. We're going to start with the first item, and that is a request to pass an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance. This one is for text amendment to Appendix A on plat certificates. These certificates are part of the recording process. This is a specific certificate for the Environmental Health Group. The state has implemented a new, different way for them to approve septic systems, and this actually would comply with what the state has asked for them to do. So we just need to get this in our book for them to be able to use it. This also has, just for your information, the consistency statement behind it. So any motions would have to include that consistency statement.
What are you asking us to do at this point?
At this point, that's just your background information. We'll have to open up for a public hearing, and then we can move forward.
All right. Do we have a motion to go into a public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. We are now in the public hearing. You folks know what we're in a public hearing about? Shake your head if you do. Nobody's shaking their head. Okay. This is a UDO amendment, Appendix A, plat certificates. Do you need to give any further explanation?
Can give any information the board wishes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I can help with any information the board's looking for.
All right. Are there any public comments from this side of the room regarding this matter? Are there any public comments from this side of the room regarding this matter? Is this gonna take, Rick walked out, is it gonna take 2 readings?
No, sir.
Just 1 reading?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, we're back in our regular meeting. Board, questions, Mr. Turner?
Did we vote?
We have not voted.
We'll close the public.
All in favor of closing the public hearing signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Mr. Turner, any questions?
No.
Mr. Carter?
No.
Ms. Thompson? Mr. Lashley?
No, sir.
All right, I have no comments. Do we have a motion as to this matter?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Consistency statement in the
Yes, can
motion.
we add that consistency statement to the motion? It's in your packet, should be towards the back of your packet.
Is that item number 7 that you have highlighted?
It's number 4 in your packet here.
It's on
Yes.
page 52. Is that correct?
Page 89 of your packet.
Page 89 or 4.
No, correctly
I'm saying 164, but,
And this is just as a statement that by state law, we have to read to say that it agrees with our ordinances.
All right, would you please read them?
Well, sure. The Alamance County Board of Commissioners hereby finds that the proposed amendment to the Alamance County Unified Development Ordinance is consistent with the Alamance County Land Development Plan as adopted. Specifically, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners finds that the Alamance County Land Development Plan directs the county to promote flexibility in development ordinances and to develop conscious strategies for proactivity, managing the type of growth that is consistent with the county's overall vision and goals. Therefore, the Board of Commissioners finds that the proposed amendment is necessary to remove ambiguous and conflicting language within the existing ordinance. Therefore, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners recommends approval of the proposed amendments to the Alamance County Unified Development Ordinance this first day of May 2023.
Would the mover like to amend his motion? Or as to approval of this matter?
Did I move that? So amended.
And the second was, I think we had 2 or 3 seconds.
I think it was that side.
I
I
did.
think, Mr. Carter, do you
I
amend your
do.
second?
I do.
All right. Again, all in favor with the amended motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You're going to J, correct?
I am. This is a little bit different than the item you just did. This is an amendment to the Unified Development Ordinance specific to temporary residences. The county has had several questions about using RVs on property outside of what would be an RV park. So as the current language reads in the Unified Development Ordinance, temporary use of a manufactured home or travel trailer as a residence shall be permitted in cases where the permanent home has been destroyed through no fault of the owner or tenant. Temporary housing permit must be obtained from the planning staff before the use of the manufactured home or travel trailer is initiated. Such temporary housing permit shall be valid for a specific period of time not to exceed 12 months while reconnection takes place, or reconstruction, please, and may be renewed no more than once. The unit must be removed within 30 days of receipt of the certificate of occupancy for newly constructed unit. All temporary housing must conform to the standards in Chapter 26, Article 2, Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance, and shall tie into existing water and sewer services for the principal residents on the lot. So that's how our ordinance currently reads. So you can have an RV only if the primary house has been destroyed at no fault of the owner or the tenant. And looking at this was written in 2021 when we did the actual UDO, the full UDO. So what we're looking to do is amend that language today. This is a text amendment that has been through planning board. County staff, including legal, have reviewed and written language per what the planning board was looking at and what the cases they felt like needed specific attention. So we're allowing permits, and there's 3 situations with the new text amendment that we would allow that. And it says, if used as a supplementary residence in addition to the permanent residential dwelling unit for up to 12 months. No extra explanations, you're just allowed to put a unit on there for 12 months. You get a permit from planning. Second opportunity is if used as a temporary residence based on a bona fide emergency which has made permanent residential units on a parcel unsuitable for habitation for up to 12 months with the option to renew for an additional 12-month period by the planning department. Use a travel trailer or RV as a temporary residence must cease within 30 days a certificate of occupancy of the permanent residential unit. So this is kind of covering when there's tornadoes and stuff that came through Snow Camp a couple years ago. This kind of would help those situations out. The last opportunity we have written is if used as a temporary residence during the course of renovation or construction of a permanent residential dwelling unit on a parcel for up to 12 months with the option to permit renewal an additional 6-month period by the planning department. Use of the travel trailer or RV as a temporary residence must cease within 30 days of receipt of occupancy of the permanent dwelling unit. So if you're renovating or building a new home, you can put it on there for a year, and then you could be extended as much as 6 months after that first year to allow for these uses. Part of the end of this says all temporary residences permitted under this section must conform to standards in Chapter 26 Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance and shall tie into properly permitted water, electrical, septic or sewer services on the property. Use of the travel trailer or RV as temporary housing must cease within 30 days of certificate of occupancy from the building department. So once you actually get the ability to live in said unit, you can still have those RVs there, but they're stored, they're not lived in. So that's our proposal for the language change to allow some temporary uses on property with RVs. But that's your background, so we will have a public hearing on this as well.
Move to go into public hearing. Public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We are now in a public hearing. Anyone on this side of the room? Anyone that wants to speak? Anyone on this side of the room? Nobody's on speaker, I assume, or Zoom? All right. Okay. Do we have a motion to go out of the public hearing?
So moved.
Have a motion second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you take any action on the text amendment, I would just ask that the last sentence of the entire highlighted area is duplicative of where that same sentence occurs in sections B and C. That should have been removed before this was added to your agenda, so I would ask that whatever motion is made be made to adopt this potentially, but removing that last sentence in the highlighted area before it's adopted.
Can you read the sentence that you want removed?
Yes, I will. Use of the travel trailer or RV as temporary housing must cease within 30 days of receipt of a certificate of occupancy for the primary housing unit. And the reason I'm asking to remove that is that it occurs in 2 other places, so it's redundant.
Thank you.
Substantially, this just increases it from 180 days to 365. Is that correct?
Well, it gives 3 different opportunities where before you had to just have destruction of the primary residence before you could put anything on there. These allow for some different opportunities while keeping a primary residence there as well.
Question, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Cattle, if I have, say my family's coming in over the holidays, they come in December, they stay through, mid-January, that's outside of 30 days. They have an RV or trailer and they just want to leave it in a driveway or something and stay in that while they're there. I don't see that this ordinance speaks to that.
So that's use of supplementary residence in addition to the permanent residence, item number A. That will allow for that.
Up to 12 months, but so, what if you come quarterly, and you stay a week? And you're always coming quarterly and you're staying weeks. It's not really 12 months. I mean, I don't know that it speaks to that. How would you interpret that?
So what we had talked about with planning board and legal is we're issuing a piece of paper permit that you're putting in the window of whatever this is, RV or camper, and it sits there for a year. So for a year, you can come and go as you need to, please, and after that year, that ability goes away.
Could you reapply the following year for the same right?
So we didn't write in there that they would reapply. That was a specific discussion.
Yeah, so a couple of things, if I can speak to this. We made it so that the permit wasn't required until the RV had been used for a 30-day period. So that was intentional to allow for some transient use without the planning board being involved in inspecting those situations. So the example that you gave is if I come quarterly and I stay 7 days, then at least to me, it seems like that would never implicate the permitting process because it's not used anything other than every 3 months for a week at a time, and that's not a consecutive 30-day period.
And you can do it because you don't have to get a permit, or you can't do it because you didn't get a
think
permit?
The way this was intended was to allow for that type of use without permitting. What we wanted to try to button down was a situation where someone intended to use the trailer as a supplementary residence for a long period of time, such that you could run into some of the public health and permitting issues that we're trying to curtail.
All right.
So if they're staying for over that month at Christmas, the 31 days, maybe that would trigger.
And then you would be required to get a permit that you could use for the year, and if they came the next year and did the same thing, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Right, that's why, if it was for a short amount of time, it wouldn't be a big deal.
Well, if it was
That's
31 days the next year, you're required to get a permit, but the statute wouldn't allow you to do that because there's no reapplication available under the ordinance.
Not under subsection A, that's correct.
But I don't see that B or C would apply either.
Also correct.
Yes.
I can't support that.
An RV of this type would have to be connected to the, I guess, the septic tank or the sewer system, right?
Right, as part of the end of the package is that they would have to have that permit from
Have it
Environmental
parked, I
House
guess, in the
first.
driveway.
Mhm.
But, so at the end of 12 months, if somebody had stayed in it for 6 and then left and didn't reoccupy at the end of 12 months, you wouldn't be able to get a permit for an additional 12 months.
Let me make this statement before I answer your question. What we're trying to fix and what became obvious here is in the current temporary use of manufactured home or travel trailer ordinance, there is no allowance for use other than in a situation where the primary occupied home on the property has been destroyed. There's no allowance for a friend to come stay for a weekend without implicating a violation of the ordinance. So this was really an effort to create some leniency in 2 ways. Number one, to give 30 days before any permit would be required. Right now, there's no allowance for any period of time before a permit is supposed to be applied for and issued. So that's number one. And number two was to give up to 12 months of use with that permitted inspected use in place. So we're allowing people to use it on a temporary basis, but we want to have some ability to say that they're actually hooked up to sewer and that type of thing. So that was really what we were trying to do. I will say that it seems like there are probably some use cases that aren't necessarily squarely addressed by this. I think that's just a problem in any drafting. But at the end of the day, what we were trying to create was a scheme where I could use the property in good faith while allowing our inspections folks some ability to know what's going on. Does that answer your question?
Kinda, sorta.
Okay.
I
Specifically,
guess I'm concerned about not being able to refile and get an extension on the permit period. If so, you know, who knows what kind of things can come up, and you wind up being in a situation where, okay, now I can't get it extended. I think that our citizens ought to be able to, if they run into some
Well,
circumstance that requires that ought to be able to get an extension.
I think what the board, at least before, had seen fit to curtail was perpetual use, right?
Right.
And so we're trying to, again, curtail that perpetual use. And there are some use cases that were identified, bona fide emergencies, construction of the permanent residence, where a period of time beyond 12 months might be necessary and even allowable. But just supplementary residential use was not seen, at least by the planning board, to be a situation where we as a county wanted to allow perpetual use of an RV. So we're just trying to, at both ends of the scale, create some leniency for short-term use, but also curtail permanent use of an RV on a property because of the concern for that.
But if you allow for a reissuing of a permit, then it has to go through the process all over again. It could be denied if it appeared that somebody was just trying to take advantage of the reissuability, denied.
Correct.
But if there was an extenuating circumstance where they needed another 6 months or 3 months or a month, then
Right.
you could, that would give the planning department or the planning board the option of approving.
Correct.
We do have that in items B and C. Those are for construction purposes and extraordinary events, just not in A.
Beg your pardon?
We have that in B and C where people are in
Right.
construction or extraordinary. It's just A of, I have my house here and I want my friend to come stay for some length of time. A year seemed to be applicable that in a year they either could find a spot in an RV park or have some other more permanent residence arranged. An apartment or rental home or something like that.
But if there's a bona fide emergency or a renovation, those are both seen as times and instances where greater allowance could and should be made. And so it's drafted to allow for that in those instances.
So greater than 12 months is possible.
If there is an emergency or if there's construction
Okay, well, that was my
delayed.
question in the first place.
Yes.
Right,
Right.
okay, okay.
Mr. Lashley.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess the one question I have is I do like your language in this, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory to most folks. I do have a question though. Do we charge these people, let's say, like in snow camps, tornado comes, blows your house down, you get an RV and you put it on your property as you're building your new house? Does the county charge those people for that permit?
So that's going to depend on which permit you're talking about. Environmental health is going to do what they consider a check on the systems and things. And building inspections, when you have something come in, they'll need an electrical hookup and recertify those things. We do waive those fees for storm damage.
So the person who's impacted won't, I mean, they already have a whole lot on their plate in the sense you get your house blown up. That's good that the county doesn't charge them for that. But does the environmental health, do they charge for the services when they come out to inspect septic and well situation if that?
To my knowledge, they do.
Okay. Do you know how much that is?
Oh,
I know
do
that's not a big.
Tony is in the other room. He might be coming quickly. We'll see, but I do not know what their fees
I
are.
was just curious. That's all. It's
Our
not a
health
big
director
deal.
out there, so.
It's not a big deal. I was just curious what the cost was. And I like the fact that you have it in here because if we see what's going on in some of the larger cities out west, like San Francisco, LA, Oakland, in which you have people who come and bring these RVs and park them on the side of the road and they're there forever. And there's nobody to move it. Does this take care of that? I think you used the word perpetual, as this would not, you could not leave a trailer in a particular spot for unlimited amount of time.
You can store it, you just can't live in it.
Right, okay. Thank you very much.
And that's why we put this under temporary residence for that purpose. We don't see these as something for permanent living. Building code doesn't as well, so we put it under the title we thought fit best.
Okay, great, thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
I just want to make sure that this is just totally different. Old Winnebagos that are flat tires and everything, and camper shells and all kind of places like that that are in yards where the grass is about 4 feet. That's not it, right?
We've got language for that in our junk car ordinance, depending on how many they have, things like that. We don't address grass, but those other vehicles fall under something totally different because these are just ones they're living in.
Okay.
We expect them to be able to be moved when they need to be moved. No flat
And how-
tires, all the
and,
other.
Well, how long is that supposed to take? It's just a nightmare for a lot of folks who live beside situations like this. And we are really intense on this, but I just wonder if we're gonna ever be intense on hoarding
You know,
situations.
we have
There's
situations.
so much stuff to deal with.
Yeah,
I
and
know
we're in
that.
court on a few cases trying to get some help
Yeah.
from higher than us to get some of these situations taken care of. Some easily comply, some do not.
Well, it's kind of sad when the county has to pay to clean up other people's mess. But
Amen.
it's been their issue, and that can get out of control. It's like an addiction. You just get stuck. And then sometimes you find out what's in the house, and then DSS gets involved and all kind of other stuff. So I was just curious. I just hope we can relay that to where we can really get serious about that. Because if I lived beside that and I ever wanted to sell my home, it would probably be a real bad situation.
Could be.
Yeah, depreciation.
I don't have any comments.
All right.
Board, do we have a motion?
Who's da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da,
Where is that
da-da-da-da? John, is that your phone? Are you got an alarm going?
I think it's good.
Okay, I'm glad you like it. We're all wondering whose it is.
Yeah, it's just.
Because my preacher would take your phone if that was going on.
Yeah, Larry would do that.
He would take it.
It's my meter telling me my ankle is killing me.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
Which is bandaged up. Okay, do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
With the consistency statement?
Beg pardon?
With the consistency statement?
Yes.
And also
And the one
removing
Rick's
the last.
removing.
And removing that one.
And
sentence,
removing
yeah.
the final sentence in the paragraph.
The one that I read, okay, great.
And would you read the statement for us, please?
The statement, sure. All right, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners hereby finds that the proposed amendment to the Alamance County Unified Development Ordinance is consistent with the Alamance County Land Development Plan as adopted. Specifically, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners finds the Alamance County Land Development Plan directs the county to promote flexibility in development ordinances and to develop conscious strategies for proactively managing the type of growth that is consistent with the county's overall vision and goals. Furthermore, the Board of Commissioners finds that the proposed amendment is necessary to remove ambiguous and conflicting language within the existing ordinance. Therefore, the Alamance County Board of Commissioners recommends approval of the proposed amendment to the Alamance County Unified Development Ordinance this first day of May 2023.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No. So I assume there's 3 yes and 2 no, correct?
I said yes.
I think Craig's the only no.
One no. Is what I heard.
Craig's the only no.
Yeah, I think it's 4-1.
No, I said no.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did, okay.
3-0.
You said no.
So it's 3-2, but it passes. Thank you. Okay, Surrey County, are you gonna need a minute to set up film and so forth?
No, we have their PowerPoint presentation ready.
All right, thank you, and welcome.
Thank you, sir. How's your PowerPoint? Or do I just
Uh,
point?
Bruce, do you have a clicker for him? Coming.
Hey, would you tell us, we know who you are, but people out in television land do not know.
Name is Mark Willis, and I work as Surrey County's Director of Substance Abuse Recovery. Morning,
Good morning.
gentlewoman and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the privilege of being able to speak to you. And you've got an immense agenda there. I will try to be brief. I've modified my normal presentation to add some stuff, and I'll skip over some stuff that I think that are most pertinent to what commissioners would want to know.
Let me ask you, who's your county manager here?
He is not. He sends his regrets. His father is ill, and he spent the evening, actually the whole night, in the hospital, and asked that I send his regards and his regrets.
We appreciate his willingness, and our prayers are with his
I'll pass that on.
family.
I've had the pleasure to meet with Commissioner Thompson and Commissioner Carter a little while ago. I have an idea of what Alamance County is facing, as well as what it would like to do. So again, I'm going to tailor some of what I normally present to your liking, hopefully. I think for commissioners, it's important to note that what your county needs and what your county wants and what your agencies that might support this effort are willing to do may be not parallel. And if there's any benefit or genius into what our commissioners decided to do in 2018, it's that I think they grasped that. And when they hired me, which I think took about 6 or 7 months of interviews before they found somebody foolish enough to take the job, I asked them really within the first day, what do you expect from me? Because they had a job description that was written by the health department, the director there, that was a little lacking in its descriptions, largely because they couldn't find a position in the state to replicate. And I think they were very succinct in what they said, and I commend them for this. And number one, they said we have a significant problem that affects the number one problem that they faced, and you know what that is. That's your budget. There's a number of items on your agenda tonight that deal with budget. And I'll talk about that briefly when we were able to put some dollar figures to that. We don't understand the problem. Please explain it to us. In a sense, conduct an investigation. Number two, we don't know how we got here. Most of my commissioners grew up in that county, and they were trying to figure out how their county separated itself from the reputation of Mayberry. And lastly, they said, once you figured out those first two things, please come back to us and with a list of solutions, and we'll evaluate how this is done. Now, I report directly to the county manager as a director. That's very helpful, and I'm very healthy because I knock on his door, and he almost always takes my comments or recommendations, and we evaluate them. His direction initially was not to make this program, however it develops, into a grant-driven program. Very experienced in grants he is, and he did not want this to be a rollover every 3 years to different priorities. And that's what they gave me. So with that, they let me go. And I spent probably the first 9 months doing nothing but interviews. And I interviewed everybody I could think of, inside and outside the county, that might have impact, influence, or information that would help me understand the problem. And I think in my normal course, I took notes. I came back, typed them up, highlighted them, and then went to another interview. And I think I counted some 220 some interviews over the period of 8 months. My last question was always, who do you think I should talk to next? And I would go to that person. That gave me a good feel of what the county was willing to do. And I didn't talk to just judges or the sheriff, or I talked to community influencers, teachers, superintendents, as well as the commissioners. The first thing I asked for was a part-time community outreach coordinator, somebody to do prevention, because we were significantly lacking in any effort to do prevention. It was the sheriff's office providing the DARE program. It was the Health Nutrition Center providing someone that went into the schools with a candy box, and they weren't coordinated. So I didn't ask to coordinate. All I just asked was to have a representative that would start some kind of prevention program in the county. The next thing I did was start asking, what does the community know? And I did a series over about 9 months of 8 forums that were attended anywhere from 300 to 50 people. specifically focusing on the faith-based community to attend. What I realized in the first 8 were that there was a lot of, we don't know what's going on. So there was a lot of information supplied to the group, and the last meeting filled up an entire theater of over 300 people. And what I got from that in February of 2021 was, what are we doing about it? And unfortunately, we got hit with a ball bat come February of 2021, and everything was shut down, and no more forums occurred for almost a year. But internally, taking some of the numbers and statistics that we're able to accumulate is we found that emergency rooms and EMS had responded to over 700 overdoses in our county of 72,000 people. I'd go back a step. Ignominious start from my position was in June of 2018. Surrey County was #1 in the state for opioid-related overdoses per capita that were reported by emergency rooms. So I started, unfortunately, on the bottom, and the only positive part I had was there's nowhere to go from here but up. So taking those conversations with EMS, which has been exceptionally supportive, and the emergency rooms, which were also supportive, the next question was, well, that's wonderful. Over 700 overdoses, what are we doing about it? And the answer was, we treat and we release. So I went back to the county and said, you didn't want a grant-driven program, and I recognize we have over 700 opportunities to do something to connect people to treatment. I said, how about helping me establish what in this state is more normally called a post-overdose response team. We call it an intervention team because we take referrals from every source, and I'll cover that just briefly. I have brought my coordinator with me, a peer support specialist. She runs our intervention team if you have any specific questions about our intervention team. We found that after creating an intervention team and then taking people to treatment providers, of which we had very few in the county, the treatment provider said, hey, that's great. You're bringing potential clients to us, but about 25% of the people you bring to us can't get here. So I made an effort to try to enlist the faith community in helping me with a transportation program. I failed miserably at that. Not the faith community's problem, it was mine. I figured out later I shouldn't be asking the faith community to involve themselves in the treatment programs or interventions. I should be asking them to support a recovery network. And that's what we're doing now. But that caused me to try to look for funding for transportation. And presently, we run 5 vehicles and 5 drivers that do nothing but take people to court, to treatment, to task, to probation, because if you don't go to those things, you don't stay inside your treatment program. And I'll show you some of the stats on that later. I also, at the same time, the grant that provided funding for that transportation asked for funding through the grant for a data analyst, because what I found was the data that was necessary to be able to analyze what was going on inside our county wasn't granular enough to give us information that the sheriff could digest, the EMS director could digest, the health department could digest, or for that matter, that the commissioners could understand. And so now I have a data analyst on board that does nothing but research and collect data at our level, because what came from the health nutrition or DHHS at the state level, CDC, or otherwise NIDA, SAMHSA, just didn't provide us enough vision at our level to be able to understand what's going on. And a point to that, since the sheriff is here, I'll say one of the things that why granular data at the level that you can see is important is because we have multiple organizations that measuring success trying to address a substance issue that are actually conflict of interest to each other. The sheriff, law enforcement, which I'm very familiar with, measures success by the number of arrests they make and by the number of people they incarcerate. And that's good because their job is to address the supply reduction problem of this substance use issue. My job is to address the demand reduction part. But guess how EMS reports its success, right? The number of overdoses that they respond to, the number of Narcan administered, and opioid reversals. So if the sheriff's job is to lock people up and EMS's job is to try to save those people, sometimes they're the same people. And if they don't see that their measures of success are in conflict with each other, and if that's the kind of data we don't get from DHHS, you end up at cross purposes. I now have a full-time community outreach coordinator, and I'll show you some of the things that she does. And I think something that you should consider however you implement a program here is that part about a community needs assessment. And we spent 6 months doing a community needs assessment, which was online, which received about just over 700 responses, and we did 50 in-depth interviews, an hour to an hour and a half, of community influencers. We took that, spent a couple of months putting it all together, and I'll show you where, in the end, where that community needs assessment really comes in handy when it comes to how you're going to implement your monies from opioid litigation settlement funds. What are we doing about it? We'll go into some of that granular data at the end, but these were the responses. These are the things we're doing to try to move the needle in a positive direction for substance use in Surrey County. There's my community outreach coordinator that does nothing but prevention presentations. Right now, she focuses her efforts on those things on the upper left-hand corner. Why? Because that's what the community needs assessment said. That's what our population said they wanted. We focus on stopping overdoses, youth empowerment, education to youth specifically when it comes to vaping, and suicide prevention, because that's what our community said that they wanted. Our intervention team is actually staffed for 3. I have 2 peer support specialists on hand, and you can see that intervention team is received in just about short of 2.5 years, over 924 referrals. We get about 45 to 50 referrals a month now, and we get those from EMS, Sheriff's Office, pretrial, and the numbers you can see on the lower right-hand corner. And we, out of those numbers, I know commissioners are interested in this because mine are about of that 924 as of the end of March. We've placed a little over 200 and connected them to treatment. That would be either a residential program or an outpatient program. Others that have not or did not want to go to treatment were connected to social services, whatever they needed. Even if it's a survivor bag with toothpaste and toothbrushes, or if it's connection to other programs that they asked for. That's my transportation program. We, in just short of 2 years, with, like I said, 5 vehicles and 5 drivers, have received just about 2,000 requests for transportation and served about 800 people. And again, those either a typical outpatient program is called substance abuse intensive outpatient. That's a 3-day-a-week, 3-hour-a-day treatment program, and if you don't have transportation, very difficult to get to it. So we pick them up at home, we take them to the treatment program, we take them home after the end of the 3-hour treatment program. You find that if you don't have transportation and you have a history of substance use and you're in treatment, you probably have an extensive criminal history, or at least a criminal history that requires you to clean up your court docket, which means you need to get to court, and typically you're on probation. You need to see probation, and then you got to get to a job if you can get a job. And those are the things that we provide transportation to, as well as task. And then you find out if you're sick and you can't get to the doctor, you're not going to get to court, and you're not going to get to treatment, and you're not going to get to task. So we transport to doctors as well. Something we just started a couple of months ago, we call it the Vital Links Business Center, and I have one peer support specialist, that's Ms. Calloway on the left, and a business advisor who I stole from the Economic Development Partnership, and he wasn't too happy about that. But she knew every one of the 1,800 businesses we have in the county, and now what we do is communicate either with people in the detention center through a PAYTEL pad, do a skills assessment, and know before somebody gets out of the detention center what skills they have and what needs they have for social services, as well as we communicate with probation and take referrals from them, because it's not probation's job to find someone a job, just to make sure they have one. So we facilitate that. And we've recruited just over 33 companies now that are participating in our program. And you can see in a couple of months, we've placed 30 people into jobs. Now, that's what we're doing, and I'm not going to go deep into what our commissioners are interested in, but here's something that I think is of significance to you when you're evaluating how you spend your litigation funds. One of the requirements of the MOA is impact, measuring impact. All those numbers I just threw up there are process numbers. We just keep track of the people we drive and the interventions we do and the people we place in treatment. Those are process numbers, and they don't really show any measure of success. We're all going to be required, according to the MOA, to be able to measure how you're impacting the problem, whatever it is in your county. What we've done, and I'm not sure whether this is going to work or not, but what we've done is under 5 different categories: personal health, community health, family health, business health, and criminal justice, 12 different statistics that we can measure. Some things we want to be able to keep track of, we can't measure, and then compare ourselves to 12 other counties and we're tier 1, 12 other counties that are demographically similar. To compare ourselves to 99 other counties where we're not demographically similar it's not a proper measurement. So we're going to look at hepatitis, suicides, children in foster care that were taken away from their parents due to substance use, NAS issues. That comes from our Child Protective Services and Health Nutrition Center, because that's the number we can keep track of, the number of mothers who are pregnant who are on a treatment plan, because we have no NIC unit in our 2 hospitals. Almost all of our births for NAS potential babies are born out of county. We keep track of our unemployment rate and our labor force participation rate. That's pretty important to businesses. Those 2 measurements are antithetical to each other. They say different things. And we keep track of our overdose deaths, although I think that is a red herring, as well as keeping track of overdoses. And we're looking at overdose emergency room visits, because we just need to keep track of that. Our incarceration rate, which we can get from the sheriff, and some things that police departments don't normally share, but our sheriff is sharing with us, is our involuntary commitment numbers and our crimes against property. Why? Because about 90% of those are by substance users who commit crimes in order to fuel their habit. So we don't know, I'm not going into the details of those, but just that we have to figure out how to measure all the process, are all the process things we're doing actually impacting our community? And we're gonna have to do that, and we're gonna have to post it online, and we're gonna have to, at the end of every year, show how much money we spent from those litigation funds, as well as prove that we moved the needle in some direction. Those are some of the things that we're working on. Keep in mind that our mission in our office is to build a continuum of care for substance users or those who suffer from substance use disorder and reside in our county, who are seeking, that verb is very important, who are seeking treatment and recovery. We don't try to replicate anything that exists, and in fact, I tell my people that what we do is pretty much what everyone else is willing to do. And we fill the holes in that continuum of care. If that term sounds a little wonky, you've just been living through a continuum of care for the past 3 years. Prevention, intervention, treatment, and recovery, and that was what COVID was all about. Now, that thing that all my staff calls is a QR code, and I'm going to close on this. It does look like a QR code, and I stuffed it all on one screen, not because you need to read any of the words on there, but the concept is this. Once we got done with a needs assessment, that community needs assessment, and quantified all of it, that list on the left was 42 different things that our community said they thought we needed to do. And now I had no way of prioritizing that. I had no way of figuring out what should we do first. So we read that MOA that came from the Department of Justice. You know, there's an option A and there's an option B. We took that and put look at the top of that QR code, what we call our prioritization planning model, and the top of that, the white diagonals are the strategies in option A, and the gray diagonals are the strategies in option B. So all we did was cross them. And if what the community said it wanted corresponded to what could be done as a strategy in the MOA, it got a green block. If the strategy didn't correspond to what the community said it wanted, it got a black block. And all I did was add up the green blocks, and the strategy that, or the desire on the part of our community is what it said it needed. If it corresponded to the strategy, you see you got 23 on the far right. You can't read it, but you can see all the green blocks. So building a recovery-oriented system of care in our community is what our community said it wanted. That got strategy, that got priority one. And it went down to the bottom where a lot of black blocks, that's a low priority. So what it did to the benefit of our commissioners, and this is what I said to our commissioners when I presented this to them, was that, forgive me for my crassness, but I called it my alligators on the shoreline theory, that once everyone figures out there's literally millions of dollars available for programs, they're going to come to you, and you know they are, and they're going to call you at night, and they're going to hit you in the morning, and they're going to say, you got, and I don't know what Alamance County's getting, but Surrey County's getting something about $16.5 million over 18 years. That includes the latest settlement from the pharmacies. They'll say, we should get some of that because my program is viable. It's not my money, it's your money. It's the commissioner's money, and you decide what you want to do with it. But I said to them, this will allow you to be able to say, my community said it wanted, and this is where we're going to spend our money. So it at least gives you the ability to be able to tell, and the alligators, once they slip into the water and see all that blood in the water, that this is what my community wanted. Whether you want to comply with that would be entirely up to you. Specific questions?
Ms. Thompson?
No, I've been trying to get them here for 9 months. I think you guys need to ask them questions. We asked a lot of questions about RVs. I think this is life and death. We need to ask a lot of questions.
Mr. Leishman?
How much does it cost to get this program started for Surrey County? How many full-time employees do you have? How many part-time?
At this point, 4.5 years into the program, you saw they started me in June of 2018. I can tell you that now at a staff of 13, which is 11 full-time employees and 2 part-time. And I'll give you the full figure and then the breakdown after that for grants, because I operate on county funds. I operate on money from our managed care organization, which here is VIA. Ours is Partners. They provide me some funding, and then a federal grant and a state grant to provide to provide for those 13 employees. It's about $730,000. That includes salaries and benefits, healthcare policies, retirement. To operate.
Is that per year?
Yes, sir. To operate, that's put gas in the cars, and I lease 5 vehicles and have 2 county vehicles, and everything else that we do to include medication we just started with EMS. About 3 months ago, we do a MAP Bridge program, peer support specialist partner with the paramedics and do a MAP Bridge. They take Suboxone to the street, so I pay for those medications as well, and some of that money comes from the managed care organization. It's about $190,000 to keep pens, pencils, phones, gas, and everything else operating. So I'm just a little over $900,000 to keep everything going.
And how much does your county have to, I know there's a lot of federal and state grants for these programs. How much does the county?
It breaks
'cause
down.
This was a new program that you folks started in 2018?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
just trying to figure out how much did it cost your county to get this started?
Well, my salary was the initial part.
How much do you make, sir?
It's about $73,000.
Thank you.
My county started with my salary, a computer, and a car, and some travel expenses. I even turned the car down, and they said you needed that. And then over that 4.5 year period, it expanded. I've got a $600,000 grant from Bureau of Justice Assistance. That's roughly about $200,000 a year. That's my transportation program, which will have to be paid for next year because I'm on my 3rd year through settlement funds, and a community linkage to care grant, which is from DHHS, which funds part of my intervention team, and that's about $85,000 a year, and that ends this year too. My MCO provides about $25,000 a year, and I use that to supplement salaries for somebody on my transportation program. The county has provided, on average, about $200,000 a year for operating expenses and my salary. I'll add this because I said I would to justify the expense on the intervention team. 2019, I did a quick study, and I looked at what the sheriff's office, what DSS and EMS spent in our county to react to substance use. And the agreement was any call the sheriff's office went on that involved substance use, and anybody incarcerated that involved substance use, that would be a cost. Same goes for EMS, and the same goes for DSS. And I got just under $4 million, and that was reactive. We didn't connect anybody to treatment. We didn't refer anybody. So I went back to the commissioners and said, if you give me a little bit of money for an intervention team, I'll start doing proactive work and balance that with your reactive work.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mr. Turner?
How do you connect with your county's health department?
As a director, I connect directly with the health director. Are you saying program-wise?
Yes.
We coordinate with, they have a substance abuse prevention person, so we coordinate. My community outreach coordinator coordinates with that person, and they do trainings together, both in the schools to Hispanic outreach. That's one way. An extension of our MAT Bridge program is that my peer support specialist will take someone who's in the EMS MAT Bridge program, which is limited to 7 days, and they will transition them to a longer-term MAT Bridge program that is run by the Health Nutrition Center. So they have a PA there that will write a prescription for 7 to 14 days for additional Suboxone. The idea there is the peers will continue it will build a bridge for the peers to have time to get someone into a residential or outpatient treatment program. That's another way. I also assist with transportation for anyone who doesn't have transportation, who needs to get to the Health Nutrition Center for services that they provide. So anything they ask for, we pretty much assist with. To counter that, they partnered with me to write that community linkages to care grant that from state DHHS that has now been a 5-year program and provided probably close to $400,000 for intervention programs.
You mentioned that you fill the gaps for treatment and referrals, interventions that other agencies and other groups don't do. I'm not totally clear about your scope. I mean, I know you said you do transportation, you do referrals, but generally, what other activities do you engage in to fill those gaps?
I don't know that there's a general there. I mean, my primary focus with prevention is to coalesce a prevention message that isn't being done. So we're doing a mass media campaign right now on billboards, radio, our in-house TV station, in addition to in the schools, talking to the coaches. Those are things that no one else is doing. When it comes to intervention, there is no other program inside the county that identifies people who, or at least takes referrals from any source and tries to connect them to the treatment programs that are available both inside and outside the county. There is no other program that is willing to go to someone's house and pick them up and take them to treatment or take them to court if they lack private and or connection to private or public transportation. We don't do treatment per se, but the peer support specialists are connected to treatment programs. We get now almost half of our referrals come from the 2 hospitals, either from the EDs or from internal medicine for patients who've identified substance use problem. And since they're not built or connected to treatment programs, those peers will take people to detox. We have no detox centers, so we'll drive them outside the county and deliver them and pick them up and bring them back and connect them to a treatment program. And for recovery services, we're partnered with Sober Living, trying to build sober living facilities within the county, as well as partnered with one of the health foundations with one of the hospitals to be able to build a community recovery center, which doesn't exist. So it's pretty much identifying the needs that aren't served by any other entity within the county and building them and making them operational. Does that answer your question, sir?
Mr. Carter.
By your measurements, how much have you moved the needle on these issues?
Almost none at all.
Beg your pardon?
Almost none at all. If we're looking at those those overdose numbers, if that, and I don't like looking at overdose numbers because I think they're a red herring. With the advent, and I would imagine the sheriff would say he's had significant problems as well during COVID. You look at statistics now. There are pre-COVID numbers, and there are COVID numbers, and there are post-COVID numbers, and the isolation. And almost any treatment organization will say this: the isolation mandated by COVID only made the addiction issue worse, because isolation is actually the opposite of what's required for recovery. We did not stop. We transported, we did intervention during that time, but I think COVID, I think with the advent of fentanyl, which came in close to the, or around the time of COVID, as well as now xylazine, and the tendency for all these things to be mixed into drugs that typically were clean, we've got a bigger problem than we had 3 or 4 years ago. So and we only started looking at those statistics for impact within the last year, but if we're just looking at overdoses and overdose deaths, we're close to meeting all-time highs.
I was just in a meeting this weekend, and one of the things that was covered in it was discussion about youth and young people involved in either planning suicide, attempting suicide, and not being successful, or actual suicides, and the numbers among young people are just through the roof.
Yes, sir. There's one thing that I resisted doing and now think that we have to, and that is I tried to separate the issue of behavioral health, mental health, from substance use.
Right.
And now I see it as almost like that DNA helix. You can't separate one from another.
Oh, right.
Is there, that I think they're intrinsically related, that you almost, even the treatment providers say you can't separate whether someone has a substance use issue because of the mental health issue, or vice versa. So I think behavioral health is something we're addressing, not specifically if someone is diagnosed with a mental health issue with no substance use, but we can't separate one from the other.
My next question's for our finance director. Have we got a number yet on our second tranche of opioid settlement funds, and how much we might be getting on an annual basis from that?
I don't have that
Is that close?
documentation with me right now, Commissioner Carter, but I can get that for the board.
Okay.
I know we have received a second payment, but what those future payments will be, I don't have that information with me right now.
Okay.
That has been disseminated, I think, from the pharmacy suit. They've named what hasn't. I think they've named the total amount over a 15-year
Right.
period. They just haven't said when it will start and how much per year, and well, it would be. Well, they've said by county how much you're supposed to get, but that's just the 15-year period. They haven't said how much is front-loaded or how much will be provided each year over that 15-year period.
What is the population of Surrey County?
72,000.
All right. Sure. About a third of our population.
Yes, sir. You're at 180,000.
Yep, we're getting there.
540 square miles. Demographically, or at least geographically, we're very similar. We've got feeders, 74 splits the county, 52 and the upper half connects Mount Airy directly with Winston-Salem. So it's very easy to move that supply problem. It is a lot like yours with 40.
What involvement, if any, do you have with the court system?
I would like to have more, but right now, the court system isn't interested in a recovery court, nor are they interested in medication-assisted treatment in the detention center. So I have involvement, I speak to them, I meet with them, but on programs, we have yet to implement anything on the list that involves the criminal justice system, specifically the court system.
Sitting just off your left shoulder is our VIA representative for this region. And she, in fact, has the next presentation after your presentation. And we're going to take about a 10-minute break between those two. I would request, because we have a diversion center here, VIA picks up a lot of what you're addressing right now. And they're doing a really positive and good job. I don't know whether that's us or them. But I would request that you two talk during our break, because I saw Carol taking extensive notes during your presentation, and she probably can give you some ideas on what we're doing here in Alamance County, as opposed to what you guys are doing. And it's I say the two programs are very, very close. We are opening our new diversion center sometime in the fall or winter of this year, which will have up to 16 beds. Cannot go over that, obviously, because it becomes a hospital. And so we are attempting, with the Sheriff's Department's help, and Sheriff Johnson's been very active in that, with you folks with VIA and so forth, so that when arrests, particularly with drug, alcohol, mental health issues and so forth are involved, then at that point, instead of automatically taking the individual to jail only or the hospital only, we'll have the diversion center, which we already have, but will be much larger and much more comprehensive at that point. So I think you guys can share ideas. Anyone else on this board?
I'd just like to say something. You know, if you smoke and you buy, say, a pack of Marlboro Lights, on the side of that pack of cigarettes is a warning that says, this is really dangerous for you. You know, it could possibly kill you, but go ahead and buy it because you're making me money. Thank you, have a nice day. And on beer, which has been a big conversation here lately, same thing, they recommend you to somebody if you start to have a drinking problem after you've already bought it. It's the same with gambling. It's the same with any kind of addiction. And as long as it can make that person money, they're going to let you be the victim of it. And I don't really know if we honestly really are willing to look at how much this cost us, not just in dollar figures, but in the lives of people. I was at a house 2 weeks ago with a family I've known since I was 21 years old, and their 23-year-old son was found dead in a motel room in Wilmington while at treatment. And he's gone. And this is a great family. It's not what we always want to try and make people think, that they're drugs, they're addicts, you know. It's all of us. I tell you, addiction, just like domestic violence and sexual assault, does not pick out your checkbook. It just finds a hole in you to just suck the life out of you. So as great as the diversion center is, and as great as VIA is, because I've had to call them a couple of times myself, Donna Roos, you walk on water, help me with some things. But we need more than that, because this is on the ground in the boots. You know, it's one thing to be in a big aircraft carrier in the ocean and send out some missiles, but it's another thing to be the Army and the Marine that goes into the city and looks in each room trying to find somebody that's out to kill you. So I just hope that we are really open-minded to this and see the improvement, because I think everybody that harms themselves and this gets hold of them, and it's your own personal demon. Because when you're adding xylazine that Narcan won't touch, and you're putting fentanyl in that they use to, you know, sedate elephants, that tells you how desperate you are and how your life probably doesn't matter. And sometimes the only person that your life matters to are people like me and people like Mark and Sonia that are in the face of it, because you do matter. I think everybody's savable. I don't care who you are and what you've done. That's the way my Christ works. But I think we need to not get so stuck in one thing. We need to just have the whole umbrella, and to make sure our citizens are safe, because it is taking out people of all ages. It's going on the youth. It's going to sock it to them. Suicide rates, doubled during COVID. I said that when I was on the Board of Education. I was called a COVID denier. And because when you get isolated, trust me, an addict don't care about a mask. They care about finding that next high. And we just really have to take this beyond serious, because jail doesn't fix you. It's like holding your breath. And they got to be real pros about suitcase. I know what that means now. Bringing stuff in. I'll never get over that. But we got to kind of get our heads out of the sand and realize that it takes everything to defeat this. And sometimes you don't win. Sometimes you die. And that's what we got to do our best, because the kid on heroin, and he's saved, could be the next kid to invent the cure for cancer. And I think they all deserve that. It's a lot to be a young person nowadays. Everything's going against you. And this is one thing that doesn't need to. So I'm so thankful you're here, because your brilliance precedes you. When I saw you at the training and wherever I was, in Concord, Cabarrus County, wherever, and I knew you were the right people to come up here and tell us, because there's always things that has to walk through the fire and make every mistake to get everything right. And those are people that you learn from. You don't need a consultant. You don't need to hire somebody to tell you how to do it when you've had somebody to walk through the fire that's done it and it's proven. And the biggest thing you need to do is have empathy and realize that we all mess up, and we all should care about that. That's all. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
And we thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Sorry for taking more than I should have.
No, you're fine.
We're going to take a 10-minute break, and you folks get together, please. We're back in session. Board, we have, the gun ordinance item, the sheriff has asked that we bump that up to the next item because he has a news conference and meetings prior to that news conference. I can't do that on my own. Are you willing to do that?
I'll make a motion that we change the item, move it up for the benefit of the sheriff.
7H.
I'll second that motion. This is item 7H that we're gonna move up if we get the vote to do so. We have motion second, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Hey, it's unanimous. Mr., I guess, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Chair Paisley. So, as the board might remember, we spoke about this item 2 weeks ago, and this is the second consideration of the ordinance based on the law that changed in 2019 requiring that we vote on any ordinance with a criminal penalty twice. I would once again ask the board reconsider the ordinance that we adopted and voted on 2 weeks ago. I think the best way to go ahead and start this is to see if there are any questions or concerns that I can address before we reread the ordinance and have a vote.
And Mr. Turner, I'm gonna call on you first.
Okay.
You've discussed some issues.
I don't have any questions about the substance of the statute, but I do have a comment about the penalties. And if we, could we go down to the section, the last section?
Section 8 should be the last slide.
I mean, I've heard some comments from some folks, which I tend to agree with, in that $500 seems like a big penalty for a first violation, and I wonder if we might consider some graduation of fines based upon first offense, second offense. If we did that, would that delay our process? If we considered a change, to anything, would that delay our process?
Good question. So because the change in law from a few years ago is relatively new, requiring 2 readings, I think the safest interpretation at this point is to say that if we change anything today from the way that it was read and adopted by the board last time, we would have to then read it again with the changes. So if we make changes today, this would be the first vote, and then we'd move forward. Or if we didn't make changes today and you asked me to make substantive changes, I could re-present to the board, and then there'd be 2 votes required on the new proposed amendment.
I mean, I think there's some benefit to considering what John Paul Jones would say, a difference in a well-meant shortcoming and a stupid and heedless blunder. The first, if somebody's made a mistake once, that maybe ought to be treated differently than something that would signify something more chronic. And I would think that perhaps a $100 fine initially, and then within a year, if there's a subsequent occurrence, up to the $500 fine is a potential avenue to create a little bit of a difference there.
Well, if I might, just to clarify your point, there's gonna have to be a knowing and willfulness requirement as a part of a charge in the instance where this would apply. So if there's an accident or a simple mistake, then the ordinance wouldn't apply, and it wouldn't penalize a person who made a mistake. It only applies to folks who willfully and knowingly violate the law and create the danger that's imparted here.
I still think the difference is, and I'm thinking, for instances all over the county, somebody up in Union Ridge is doing some target practice and shoots on their neighbor's yard, and maybe they didn't know that they didn't have permission, or just something that would allow some type of, if you do it again,
right,
that's more serious than the first occurrence, and so that's something that I would think would be good to have.
So a graduated enforcement scheme on the civil side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you making a motion?
I'd appreciate some comment first.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we could, I'm not wedded to those numbers if people have different ideas.
I'm inclined to agree. And we just received a number of items that I think we said we would take a look at, and we don't have time during this meeting to take a look at it. So I'm inclined to agree. A graduated scale does sound like it makes more sense.
guys on this side?
Just questions or comments?
Yes.
Well, I guess the only comment I really have, considering our ordinance, is there an ordinance in the state of North Carolina that covers this?
Not to my knowledge.
We just got some information today that makes me think that that's true.
And I've seen the same item presented several times, and I think I clarified this a few weeks ago.
You
but
did.
I'll speak to it again and say that
Thank
the
you.
ordinance that's presented in the packet that the board received during the comments today, item number 3 of that packet, appears to be a copy of Administrative Code 15A 10D period 102. These are the rules that apply to ranges that are operated by the Wildlife Commission.
Right.
That are owned and operated by the Wildlife Commission. There's no statewide uniformity in terms of those rules applying to any privately or other publicly owned range, only to the Wildlife Commission ranges.
Thank you.
The way I see it is, Rad Range is doing everything that they are supposed to do, but they make noise, and the neighbors don't like the noise. So that's the issue. It's kind of like the racetrack, and then people live across from it. Till you get electric cars, they don't like the noise. And we are in neighborhoods together sometimes, beside each other. I grew up around farms. They make no noise, but they had a nice aroma. And it's just where you are. And I mean, I hate this for everybody, but I just, we can beat this dead horse. At next meeting, we'll come back and we'll see a sentence that we don't like or we do like. It's constant. I think we need to make up our minds.
Mr. Chairman, one additional comment I'd like to make.
Yes.
This is not the first time this issue has come up, and it hasn't always been just pertaining to the Rad Range. So it's not a first occurrence before the board. It's probably the first occurrence before this board. But in my 5 years, I've seen it come up probably at least twice. And that was people shooting out of their backyard range or something of that nature. I don't recall that it being in the past being from a private gun range. So
Now make a motion or carry it over to the next session.
I would defer to council's comment on that.
I think the best thing for me to do is to take this under advisement. It sounds like there's some, I've heard both sides of this, honestly. So I think maybe the better way to handle it would be to make a motion and then vote on whether or not you want me to reconsider and revise some of the language that we had talked about or you had spoken about, Mr. Turner, related to a graduated scale for enforcement. If that's what the board wants to see, and that motion carries, then I'll be happy to do that. We'll present it at the next meeting, and then that'll be the first of 2 considerations for the ordinance. If it doesn't carry and the board wants to vote today, then I guess that's appropriate as well.
Very well. I won't endeavor to give you the exact language, but the motion would be to amend section 8 so that the first offense would be punishable by a $100 fine, and subsequent offenses within a year of any previous violation would be punishable by a $500 fine.
Just to clarify what you're asking for, so right now there's 2 enforcement options. There's a misdemeanor enforcement option and then a civil enforcement option, and each of those is applicable depending on the preference of the deputy who's handling the enforcement.
When a civil remedy is sought.
Okay.
I'm just curious. I'm not a lawyer. Why the difference? I mean,
well-
I'm just wondering, like, I don't know if the sheriff, I'm just taking the sheriff deputy as an example here, and he comes out, I don't expect him to know at how you and Craig know as much about the law as the deputy would. So I'm just curious, how would he make that distinction?
That's a really good question, and it's one that the deputies have to decide based on the totality of the circumstances they're dealing with. If the parties seem to be intoxicated and this is going to be the best way to handle this situation would be to potentially make an arrest, then that might be a viable option depending on the circumstances. But if we take the misdemeanor option out of play, then that eliminates the ability for an officer to make an arrest depending on how egregious the situation might be.
Thank you.
And typically on a class 3 misdemeanor, it would be a citation rather than arrest, wouldn't it?
Typically, yes.
I'm interested in the sheriff's comments on that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let me just say this, you know, it's a willful violation, and I talked to, Rudy. Rudy was gonna take whatever the ordinance was, put it, when his people join, they have to read it and sign it, they understand it, and go on. Anybody that willfully shoots into another man's property and stuff like that, gentlemen, you know, I have a problem with it, and I have been down there and looked at that range. He has made some corrections. Now, do I agree with everything? No, but he's tried to do that. And it gives our officers an opportunity. If you get called down there and somebody has just willful done it, then they need to be charged. And if Rudy allows it, he needs to be charged. But if he didn't allow it, you know, if you understand what I'm saying, we getting called this stuff, and people don't understand why we can't make an arrest. We have no teeth to make an arrest or do anything on this stuff. And hey, I'm a Second Amendment man all the way, but I went down and looked, and you know, we saw the trees where they'd been shot into and stuff, and he's tried to make some corrections. But if we get called down there again, I'm gonna give him y'all's telephone number, because mine rings all the time on account of this. And we gotta have some teeth to be able to enforce the law. And if, you know, and if we're not, then we're wasting our time here.
So I'm making an assumption that you're for this ordinance?
Sir?
I'm making an assumption that you're for this ordinance, the way it's written?
I'm for that ordinance, the way it's written.
Thank you.
I mean, y'all don't have to agree with me now, don't you? But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, as it's written, you've got the option of a misdemeanor with an arrest or a citation and or civil. So I think I guess I stand by my motion is what I'm saying. Yeah. You still have the option.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion as to this motion to have a graduated scale?
Do the misdemeanors add up to a felony?
No.
Okay, but you can just misdemeanor all day long.
Misdemeanor all day long.
What's the point?
It ain't fun to go to court. No.
Well, yeah, it isn't fun. I mean, I understand that, but I just, I don't know.
I don't think we have the authority to create a felony.
We don't, I guess in theory, and this is a hypothetical, but habitual misdemeanor offender, if you are convicted of enough misdemeanors in a certain period of time, don't quote me on the time frame, that could be a felony. So I guess in some way, shape, and fashion, it could become a felony if a person were to be convicted of a misdemeanor enough times. I'm not sure that applies in a situation where the misdemeanor in question is an ordinance violation. But in theory, and I'm happy to study that issue for the board.
Well, in fact, if you shoot and hit someone, or there are all kinds of ways that it could become a felony.
Yeah, correct.
But,
any of the crimes that normally are attendant to shooting into an occupied vehicle, an occupied residence, those are all felonies. So depending on what other state level crime might apply, those are all felony crimes.
I'm just gonna say this. This has gotten personal with the neighbors, some of them who don't like this, and that can get out of control really quick. And that I do not want to happen. And that's always a plug for zoning, you know. But I'm just saying, we just, I hate for us to dissolve a problem that's between two entities, when I think they need to get at the table and work this out somehow. Because no matter what we decide, somebody's not gonna like it, because that's just the way it is. You know, we got 10 commandments, we don't obey them. So this right here, I'm asking about the misdemeanor. You know, how many misdemeanors does it take to, I don't know. Just stuff like this can really get out of control. And that's the problem. I just don't want folks to let their emotions get the best of them, because in this world, it can happen. Everybody's under so much stress. And that's the last thing that I want to see happen. Because both sides are important, and I respect both sides the way they feel.
To clarify for the board, in order to qualify as a felony, some or all of the misdemeanor convictions underlying the felony charge have to be assaults. This would not qualify as an assault. So any number of violations of this crime that we're creating would not qualify as a felony.
We have a motion on the table and a second. Any further discussion?
You said $100, right?
100.
But still got that misdemeanor up there, right?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
You voting no?
I did.
Okay, just ask.
Okay.
There will be a second reading, a third, I should say.
Yes, so based on this, there'll be a first reading and then a second reading, so we'll hear about it twice more.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem, thank you.
Let me make a short statement. I apologize to everyone. Earlier, I had a low blood sugar reading, that's why I was eating the cookie. I understand there were some complaints that I was eating. I was not trying to disrespect the speaker, and for that, I apologize. Thank you.
Hello everyone, commissioners and Alamance County leaders. My name is Kara Donor. I'm with VIA Health, and for those of you who don't know, VIA is one of 6 managed care organizations that manage Medicaid for the state for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, substance use disorders, and foster care. And I come to the county quarterly to give an update on how Alamance County is performing. And before I get started, I do want to let you know that I have my colleague here, Lori Whitson, who is the Director of Criminal Justice and Crisis Services for VIA. She is in charge of the Diversion Center operations, and so she's going to step in after my presentation to answer any questions about the Diversion Center and give a quick update. But I will say I did get a chance to talk with Mr. Willis. Thank you. And I had, like Commissioner Thompson, had seen him at the County Commissioners Conference, and I didn't get a chance to hear his presentation. I had to go do something else, so it was nice to hear it. But there are things that we can do to work together. I already saw some ideas that we can piggyback off of because there's no reason to reinvent the wheel. And I will say that at least 2 other counties that I work with are looking at hiring a coordinator with part of their opioid settlement money, which I think will go a long way. So I'm going to work with him and talk to partners about how they've appropriated some of that money and the funding, and I'll report back on that to you all. But there are some alarming rates of what's going on, and it really is important to connect the dots around the community. And suicide is, just to give you some quick stats, it's the #1 cause of death in Hispanic and in young Hispanic people. It's 3rd in the Native American population, and there's been a 44% increase in opioid addiction in Black men across our country. And so, there are a lot of different things going on, but I will say I'm encouraged about Sustainable Alamance. I just have to do a plug for them with reentry services. I was told I am going to be on their steering committee, and I was told that they are looked at as 8th in the state for getting a reentry council formed, and that's rare. I mean, that's usually in really, really big counties. I know this is a bigger county, but the Wakes, the Mecklenburgs, they have been first in that. And there are 10 times more people who have mental illness in prisons than in institutions. So to make sure people that are coming out of incarceration are prepared to succeed in society, I think is key in a thriving community. So, okay, I'll say that and I'll be done. So I'll get going on just giving some numbers on how Alamance is performing. So you can see members served by age and disability type. So at the bottom, IDD is intellectual and developmental disabilities, mental health, and then substance use disorders. So you can see we serve the most adults, and the kids are in orange. So there's quite a bit of people being served under Medicaid in Alamance County. Here is a breakdown. This is a great pie chart and shows you just kind of where the funding is going, where the services are going. Most is in outpatient. You can see 176 on that blue slice for the innovations waiver. So that is how many people are receiving that service in Alamance County. You can see, the other services broken down, but yeah, outpatient is the biggest service for children and adults. And I'd just like to show this slide so you can see kind of where your big providers are performing here. You can see the top 5, and RHA, of course, being the biggest provider working with the diversion center. But quite a few people are being seen by those providers in the county. And here is kind of a breakdown of the innovations waiver. So the innovations waiver it's an amazing service that people get on a list to qualify for treatment. So that treatment could be anywhere it's about $120,000 a year, and that sounds like a lot of money, but compared to having someone institutionalized, it's a deal. So I've mentioned before that the General Assembly is continually allocating more slots for that because there is a long waiting list. I think we have 15,000 people on the waiting list right now across the state, which is too bad. But I always like to show how many people are receiving those services. So the people who actually have the services are on the blue slice there. People who are waiting are on the registry list right there. And so, the registry has some great services. They have job placement services, and other services that people can get while they're waiting for the registry or for the waiver slot. Oh gosh, I just turned it off. Good. Okay. Next slide is care management. So we have a care manager for people receiving services at VIA. So I thought it'd be kind of neat for you to see how that's broken down with the IDD population, mental health and substance abuse. And, you can see this with kids and adults. So that's kind of an interesting slide to see where that breakdown is. Here's the community hospital inpatient figures. You can see, the readmits are in orange. Mental health is in blue. And that's the same kind of slide for substance use for the readmits. That's pretty low for this county. And here it's just a quick slide to show you the community hospital inpatient facilities where people are going from Alamance County. So those.
This is ARMC, is that correct?
Yes. Okay. Yes. That's the top one. These are just other facilities across the state where Alamance residents have gone. And here is the follow-up after discharge from Medicaid. You can see mental health on the left, substance use is on the right. And just so you know, kind of, the state likes to have the follow-up rates at 40% or above, and you can see that we're pretty high on that list, way over 40%. So I can take any questions, and if I know we're kind of running behind, if we don't have any questions, I can have Lori come up and give a quick update on the Diversion Center.
Any questions?
Yeah, okay.
I think we're good.
Okay, wonderful. Lori?
Hello.
Hey.
Say good morning, but
It
it's now
isn't.
good afternoon. It's in the middle part. So, as Kara said, my name is Laurie Whitson. I work with Network Development, actually work with Donald Roos. And I support the crisis system as well as the criminal justice services system. So where the crisis, when people are in crisis, building up the network there, but also a lot of those individuals are also involved in the criminal justice services system. So it's a natural fit that I wear both hats and help support the network. So I'm leading efforts from VIA to support your Alamance Diversion Center. And it has been a joy. It has been a joy. Your county and the people involved are just so passionate and have just pulled up their sleeves and have really gotten to work. So we started with a design build committee, I'm gonna call it, that really started giving input and feedback to the architect as well as the builder. So now that the architectural and the builder, we meet with them, Vi meets with them every other week. And then the design build committee was meeting the week between. So it was this flow of information to be able to brainstorm, get feedback, and the members of that group have been Moses Cone, the sheriff's office, Burlington Police Department, as well as some of the subject matter experts that came to you and actually came from the work plan over. So that group of individuals, we're now shifting and moving into a operational, looking at operations, looking at the services, looking at what's going to be in there, what are the relationships going to be in that facility, looking at the actual service system, and looking at some of the information that actually I think Donald brought to you all, dusting that off, bringing it up, and reorganizing that. And then my understanding is that there will be a work group scheduled for the county commissioners that you'll be invited to, where we'll actually provide a formal presentation for you all. So that's kind of where we are. If you've driven by the site, it is coming together, although it's yellow. With the tieback, when you look at it, it's yellow. You see it, but it's really taking a lot of shape. And the architectural piece, it's been through the engineers, approved by the engineers. They're moving on it. So you said earlier, fall beginning. It's still on track, which is, knock on wood, that continues. But yeah, it's on track.
I was at the hospital all weekend. Boy, that emergency room is something. And you can see it across the parking lot over there. So if it's yellow, Oz was green, so it's okay. Turned out okay.
It's that, whatever that.
Yeah, it's a shining star. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it's a center of hope.
Mm-hmm.
It's a center of hope for sure.
Just one question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I commend you guys on getting to where we are so far. The building is definitely taking shape, and I think it's going to be a great addition for the county. It's now important to focus on the next phase, which is getting the services in there that
Yep.
are going to be operational, so
Yep.
that when we do have ribbon cutting, that it's as fully operational as it can be.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And what I was hoping to share during the work group is a timeline so that everyone's real clear about the expectations of services, what is going to be operating out of the gate, like that ribbon cutting, you're coming in, and then what in terms of licensing pieces of that. So that's the next step, is to getting that in a presentation form for you all to be able to look at that timeline.
That would be great, because there could be significant lead time if we have to do contracts with different providers, whatever, licensures, those kind of things. So we definitely need to have an idea of what that's gonna look like as quick as we can. Do we have, somebody from the health department who kind of connects with the Surrey County model? Do we not? Those kinds of issues, and who's in those spaces, it's very critical, and the quicker we can make those determinations, I think the better we'll be when we cut the ribbon.
Yeah. Who's on the seat of the bus?
Right. Right. So it's important.
That's kind of
those are important
important.
seats. Yeah, those are important seats.
Critical seats.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I drive by the facility probably a drop dead minimum 2 to 3 times a week, so it probably seems slower to me because I'm seeing it so many times, but I can't wait to see us get it up and get it operational. That's going to be a critical
That's going to be the
benefit to our
key.
citizens.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Well, I have no questions, but thanks for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Absolutely. Very, very informative.
It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So,
I have been by there, not within the last week, but I was out there at 6:30 one evening 2 weeks ago. They were still working. I was very impressed.
Yeah.
we had a
Thank you.
great builder. Chad Porterfield's awesome.
Yeah. The partnership. The partnership has been amazing. You know, it's not the left hand doesn't know what the right hand, it is in sync, Patico.
As to the contract, we already have RHA and several providers in place. Now, whether VIA continues these contracts or not, that's up to you guys. But you've done a really good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hook. And you just keep on going, I see.
Hello, Chairman, Mr. Paisley, and members of the board. My name is Greg Hook. I'm the Chief Operations Officer for Alamance-Brunson School System. I have 5 items on your agenda today. The first item I have is sharing our current status on our capital reserve plan. This slide that I have created shows each of the current projects, their location, and also how much funds have been spent. And also shows the current budget. I do have one agenda item later on around the AW, Alexander Wilson Traffic project. I'm not sure if you want me to share future years. The agenda said current status, but I have some other slides if you wanted to see.
Now, is this bond money? Or is
No, ma'am,
your
this is capital
Okay.
reserves.
Okay.
Well, there was a question earlier about looking at it from on a 4 or 5 year plan. I think you come up with a 4-year plan. You might
Yes,
want to explain
yes, sir.
that and maybe present briefly what those are in each of those years.
Yes, sir. It was suggested when I first came on board to create a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan. And honestly, when my team started looking, once you get out past 4 years, you don't know what tomorrow holds. And so I stopped at 4 years. I do have some suggestions for the future, and I'll just go through each of those slides. This slide, I've listed it as year 2. It doesn't infer that this is necessarily 23, 24. This would be what I would call the unfunded group or the next group of priorities. So those are listed here. I will mention at the top, I have a couple on here that we have some other ways to take care of these items. The first item, the new well and pump house that's needed at Sylvan, I have a repair request later on in the agenda. If that's approved here and is approved by DPI, then that would come off of this list. But that's much needed there. The well keeps running dry down at Sylvan. The second item, the sewer line replacement at BEJ, I have that in the 23-24 plan for the PAYGO SIP funds. So if I get that taken care of with those funds, then it would come off of this list as well.
Before you go one step further, is that the little thing in the fence that you go to the ball field? The sewer line, the thing there at B at Jordan? Because I was down there taking pictures of the field and all that stuff down there, and that was there when I went to school at Saxby Hall before B Everett Jordan. And so is that what you're talking about? Because I'd asked John Jordan about that as well. Is that the sewer stuff? You know which one? It's right across the street from Morris Chapel.
I can't speak to what you're saying. We have a terracotta sewer pipe, which terracotta will bust, and it's under the ground.
Okay.
And so when it has a break in it, we have to go repair it.
I'll bet.
And it's old, and terracotta's
Yeah.
not viable these days.
Okay.
So we need
Thank
to
you.
do some work there.
Before we go on, quick question. I understood, we're talking about year 2, that this was, I did infer that this was 23, 24.
Yes, sir.
And that this was essentially a budget request for that fiscal year. So is that not correct? Am I not thinking about that right?
I think it needs to be. I've only been on the job for 2 months, so I've been trying to kind of unravel and determine current needs and future needs with so many capital projects in play on the current year. I wasn't sure what your board was interested in doing as far as moving forward. I thought it might be, concerning to have so much capital tied up all at one time. But these things are needed. I think There's still some things on this list that could be pushed back to the next year as we continue to determine, you know, what are the utmost priorities.
Are these ranked in order by top to bottom on the screen?
By page, but not necessarily on that page. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So we do need to do an RFQ for a mechanical and an electrical engineering design company. Right now, the items that we have on here for HVAC, I wouldn't be comfortable going out to an engineering design company now. We need to do an RFQ to find a priority engineer design company to use for those.
I don't want to interrupt too much of your presentation, but I think it would be really helpful to us to have an actual rank, or at least a group of ranks. I mean, I think the Western Middle, Western High, Beaver, Jordan roofs have been 1, 2, 3 in that order in a prior, you know, version of you. So if that's changed, I just think we need to know that, and you know, sort of a rack and stack of this particular screen to know what's actual the priority.
Yes, sir.
And the HVACs, this is not under your ESSER funds.
No, ma'am. The ESSER projects that we have are for clean air, fresh air. These are separate from that.
Okay,
Can I give you some insight on that, Ms. Thompson?
thank you.
The school board voted to give $10 million to the teachers, and they took it out of that account. Just telling you, that's how it happened. So
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Bill.
that 2.5 times 4, those HVAC projects were actually voted by the school board to take the money out of the HVAC program and give it to the teachers as bonuses. And now we see what the taxpayers have in their lap. So just want to tell the school board that some of their actions do have consequences.
It was not only for teacher bonuses, but it went to other employees as well, did it not?
Everybody,
Yeah.
everybody got a little piece of that, and now here we are holding it back. Just saying.
I'm glad to go back and prioritize on this page and each of the pages, if that's what you all would like.
It may be harder as you get farther out, but particularly
It is,
in
yes.
for the immediate concerns. Yeah.
It is.
And you might take Mr. Lashley's comments into account on that prioritization. I would think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This next slide that I have labeled year 3, the top one on here, Graham Middle School, I did sit and meet with our entire HVAC team at the maintenance shop, and they agreed that the ones on the front page were necessary, but then when they saw I had Graham on this page, they said, well, it's the worst. So we do need to do some prioritizing to get them in the correct order. And if you go through the slides, when you get back in here to this last slide, you'll see that the estimated budgets are quite a bit less than the prior 3. We have them stacked up at the front. Quite a few more expensive things.
That's off the top of your head. I know that's almost rude for me to say that. Do you remember, or what are the HVAC systems that your ESSER funds have helped with? Because see, I look at it this way. That air was the same air before COVID as after COVID. And it's important that kids are breathing clean air and no mold and stuff like that. So I think it's just almost funny how the federal government thinks COVID money is gonna clean up air that's been in the school and after. I mean, it's just ironic to me what a priority is to our federal government. Oh, now we think your HVAC should be better. Not that before they were, but regardless of COVID, I mean, anything like that, it's just almost hypocrisy. But which ones have you done?
We have 8 schools that are, we're working with Samet. We expect a GMP in the next week or two around these 8 schools. And the ESSER projects to improve the air quality in these schools. I'm glad to read you the name of the schools.
Are they the higher schools or the middle or
It's
just a little
just
bit
an
of
array,
everything?
and I'll read them to you.
Thank you.
So the entire project, we think is gonna be around $26 million. Williams High School, Broadview Middle School, Turrentine Middle School, AO Elementary School, South Mebane, East Lawn Elementary, Western Middle School, South Graham Elementary School.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's an array of HVAC projects that also includes windows as well.
At turn time.
In
Yes.
several locations, yes.
Thank you.
But it doesn't, since you mentioned it, doesn't include complete windows.
Gotcha.
So in some of these slides, you'll see where we have windows in these slides, which would complete what would have been part of the ESSER project.
We just have to realize the vastness of how many school campuses there are. It's not like fixing the windows in my house, but still, it's just enormous. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And are they almost complete or in the process, or getting ready to be?
Getting ready to be.
Okay.
We expect our GMP in the next couple of weeks, and then we'd have to take a contract to our school board
Okay.
in order to proceed.
Okay.
And this project is huge, so we'd have some things occurring this summer, but it would be strung out through the school year and on through
Yeah.
next summer.
It's hard to remodel with thousands of kids walking around.
Well, that and with supply chain and just
Yeah.
getting some of the things that we need, it's gonna be very difficult.
Is there, you mentioned that project is huge. Obviously, we got the bond projects going on, we got the top 10, we got the ESSER HVAC, we got these requests. Do you reach a point where your office is limited in the number of projects it can handle?
I think so to some degree, and I'm glad you asked that. I think it relates back to how I had labeled year two and made some assumptions that maybe because when you look at the current year goes back almost a year and a half, and it looks like it's going forward a year. I think the same kind of thing is on my mind when we're looking at, and we'll see another presentation at the end. My fifth item is the kind of the bond status review. Lots of the things that are happening there fall on the operations office to handle and carry out. Plus, we're trying to complete punch lists and get lots of things closed out that's really going to pile up during the summer. So I think you can't have too many or too many of the same type, and it just makes it difficult to follow them all. This last page, I've had lots of questions on this one. I don't have a year on here. These are just things I wanted folks to know about that are not necessarily on the front 4 pages. The top, those are just some suggestions, things that we should be aware of and look at. We have some situations where we're at capacity, or we have lots of mobile units at schools, or we may be over capacity, and the students may be tight in some classrooms here. So Elon, we started that at capacity. That was a trade plan with University of Elon, so it wasn't built with any extra space. That building was built for easy add-on, so I just put it on the list because it started at capacity. Alexander Wilson, we have 1 mobile unit there, and we're looking at putting some other mobile units there because we're not able to get the kids into classrooms. We're using every available space in that building, and we need some more room there. East Lawn Elementary, they have 6 mobile units there now, and they're all outside the security vestibule, if you want to think of it that way. And just as a safety concern, I think that's something that should be looked at. Woodlawn Middle, because of redistricting, it's going to be very tight in Woodlawn. Woodlawn is one of the schools that was built without walls, and then when they went back in years later, when they figured out that wasn't the best idea, some of the spaces, it's difficult to get 30 student desks in there. We can get them in there, but they're going to be really tight. We're looking at putting 3 mobile units down there. We probably won't get them in there until Christmas because we have to move them from other sites, and some of them are currently being used. But that's still going to be very tight down there, and there's lots of building in that area. So I put that on the list as something of interest. I will mention that our county qualifies for the needs-based grants. We're a Tier 2 county. That requires a 15% match from the county commissioners, but we'd be glad to do an application to look at any of the things that we have on the capital funding request or these things that we have on this list as well. School safety needs, I have these pushed into the PAYGO SIP plan, the 5-year plan, all in the first 3 years. It'll take us at least 3 years to get the rest of our security vestibules, cameras, and key card access in place. But I thought if you were interested in knowing what it looks like, that's what's out there. That middle item, the 6 middle schools, that's just the door access because we have cameras in all but 4 of the middle schools, and those are currently almost ready to go out to bid. But that total for the safety is like $3.8 million. That's what's left on the table. And so in the first year of the PAYGO plan, It's 1.8, which is over 50% of the PAYGO funds in 23-24 that we'll put towards that. The next things I have here, athletic program needs, the Western High School track is unusable. A later agenda item is a lottery request for that. Cummings High School track, we already have some funds from Senator Galey for that when we got our bid in. The first time we put it out to bid, we had no bidders in December. We put it out to bid again in January, and we had one bidder, and they bid $987,000, which was way more than we had. So we've broken that up a little bit and put it back out to bid, and we expect bids to come in May the 3rd, but we don't expect them to come in with the funds that we have available. So we're looking for some lottery funds to supplement that. Other items I have on here, the Eastern track tennis court, the Southern tennis court. Now I've found I need to add the Cummings tennis court on here too. They have huge cracks, some of them 1 inch wide. You can't play matches on the courts. But I have those pushed into the PAYGO plan, but not in 23-24 in the next year.
Just a question. When I was on the board, the USTA, John Walton from the tennis center and some of his committee members came to present, and I pushed for this. We redid some tennis courts because, like you said, there was cracks where you turn an ankle. There were trees near, maybe Eastern, that the leaves were always falling, and they talk about how wet leaves left on, that's just not good for it. Has that already messed up, or was
Yes.
it done wrong, or what's the deal?
Well, in 2017, I
Yeah.
think that's the year you're referencing, funds were secured for these projects. The Western track, they took the entire track up, and they ground up the current, tennis court, ground it up, made that into a base, and then put new asphalt on top.
Right.
That one's in good shape. The Southern tennis courts and the Eastern tennis courts, they went with the crack fill option, and then to paint. But in that option, the contract says that it's not gonna last. They're likely to come back, and they did. And then we have the same situation at Cummings. I found that since I created this slide.
Okay, thank you.
And then the last item on here, we don't have to have these right now, but I put them on there because it matches up with some of the things that the commissioners are doing with the county athletic fields, switching over from wooden poles and older lights to metal poles and LED lights. We did find one at Southern High School on the softball field. A woodpecker had made a really large hole, so we had to go put a metal, piece of cap or something over the pole so we could get through the season, but we have a $7,000 price to take that wooden pole down in the summer and put another wooden pole back up.
They're terrorists. They can tear you up. I mean, them little suckers can just ruin everything. I don't wanna be extinct or nothing. Make sure I say that, but, I mean, they can be really destructive.
Mr. Hook, before you move on,
Yeah, my goodness.
I know you've been on the job about 6 weeks, something like that. I think this is a start. This plan, I think, is a start. I think what we really need to see is the synthesis of all of these requests. So you've got the big unfunded requests connected with athletic needs, connected with safety needs, connected with expansion needs into a long-term plan, prioritized, that matches budget cycle eventually. And so that we think in terms of years, actual funding, taking into account all the revenue sources that you have at your disposal. So it's an actual plan so that we prevent surprises.
Yes.
And if we're doing that, I think it creates trust among our boards. I think it creates credibility among our boards and trust with the taxpayers. And then eliminating, and you're gonna have water mains that break that you gotta fix those things. So there are some things you can't plan for, but a lot of things that you can plan for. And I think that's really what our goal ought to be as we move forward together in our, with our staff and with our boards to get to get these things addressed. We're not quite there yet, but I think that ought to be the goal.
Yes, I agree. The timing of me coming into this position right during the budget cycle, it's, I'm learning something every day, and we'll get that taken care of.
I'm just curious, does the school system in the county, is our maintenance departments big enough? What I mean big enough to be able to handle the needs? Because, I mean, it's enormous when you have multiple campuses, multiple buildings, And, like Craig was saying, one thing just, something's always breaking. If you look at your own house, it is sometimes. And are we well equipped to handle what all goes on? Because our buildings are old and, you know, I've heard chiller and boiler for 8 years. And I'm just curious as to, are we really equipped to get on a maintenance program and really stay just with it and ahead of it? Because that's really big work. And if we don't have enough people, we're always chasing that rabbit, so to speak. I'm talking about us, county, and school system. I mean, it's multiple places we have to serve. And it's, like he's always talking about, you know, the top 10, that can change from Monday to Wednesday, depending on what blows up or what doesn't. And I'm just curious, are we equipped to handle what all we say we do? Or are we always just trying to catch up?
Well, I think the answer is yes and no. We have very good people.
Oh, I know.
And they're very knowledgeable, and they know how to fix all of the things. When I arrived, we had 11 vacancies in the maintenance department. Wow. And it's I think similar to the rest of the economy, we're competing on wages in a job market where the unemployment rate is 3.4%. So we have picked up a few people in recent weeks. Once we get fully staffed, I think we'll be fine.
Gotcha.
We can manage the breakdowns, the troubleshooting, and the repairs, and summer projects with the crew we have. The things that we have on this list, these would be all items that we would contract out.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're all covered, because we all expect to be.
Mr. Carter, I think you were next after Mr. Turner.
Yes, Pam brings a good point. Do we have capacity between county maintenance and ABSS maintenance for one to pick up slack in the other and vice versa if we run into problems? Is there any capacity there to do anything like that?
We do not have that capacity within our maintenance department, no.
Isn't it Buddy Weitzel? I think I asked him that one time. He looked
He
at me
does
like I lost my
capital
mind.
projects for us. It's Joel.
No, we're good. I mean,
Joel
I don't think none of us have an idea of how massive it is, because it's just constant all the time.
Correct.
Mr. Carter, you're up.
Well, that was my when Pam brought it up, I'd been thinking the same thing. I mean, these numbers are, these numbers are unbelievable. There's millions of dollars out there. It's like a whole nother bond project. And that's, I don't think we're ready for that, so.
Mr. Lashley.
I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Turner had said about making sure we have a plan and sticking to it. Not really wanting surprises. There's a couple of things on your list that I didn't know anything about, and I go to the school board meetings, and I
Yes,
never heard anything about. Heard something about a Cummings track from the coach. Never heard anything about Western Alamance. And I had some parents call me and say, "Hey, can you drive out here and take a look at this?" That's when I knew it. Because it was on your list. So it's something like Mr. Turner was saying, if we could have a maintenance plan that we can rely on, and like he said, there's things that are gonna come up. You're gonna have things that's gonna break, and you're just gonna have to fix it at the time. So that's gonna push your priority list back probably, but that's not uncommon. But I just want to tell you that I think that you've been given a very difficult job. Very difficult, and I think you're doing yeoman's work of how you're going through the process to get that process a little more lean and mean, so to speak. But I think you are the right man for the job, and I just think you just gotta have some time. And I think with the summer coming up, you're probably really looking forward to seeing how much work you can get done in those 2 months.
Yes,
But
sir.
like Mr. Turner said, I just want to make sure, that we don't give you too much money that you can't use. We want to make sure that, everything's in the pipeline and everything's working as smooth as possible. But just to have a little bit more of an inclination of what's around the corner. What should we be looking for? Or what's the next thing on the list, so to speak. But
Yes, sir.
keep
Thank
up
you.
the good work.
I'm gonna add to what Mr. Turner has asked for. I'd ask that you come back relatively soon with a spreadsheet in the order of your top item, next item, all the way down, with the top item on the top, so we know what those items are. If you need to break them up or over years, show us that. And also show us what monies have already been appropriated for those projects, how much of that's been completed, how much of that has been spent of the appropriated monies. So we know really if this amount was given to you in whatever year, 2022, 2023, go back to the camera systems, and we gave you expansive monies for that more than a year ago, and my understanding is from the oversight meeting, basically nothing's been completed. So if money's already been appropriated, we don't need to be in a position of giving you more monies for the same projects. But we need to see it on paper so that we know what we have done, what we haven't done, and what your true priorities are. And I'd ask, not necessarily next meeting or whatever, but soon you come back with that prioritized list.
Yes, sir.
One other comment.
Yes.
You mentioned that there were grant funds available with a 15% match.
Yes, sir.
I think you need to list those projects with a total so that we know what kind of 15% number we're looking at and what the total projects are, so we know what we can get done and what it would cost the county to get them done.
And are those grants guaranteed or?
No, sir, they're not. They're not. You would get into the sort of the lottery with tier 2 counties and hope that you get one.
We thank you.
Yes, sir.
He's not leaving for a while.
Getting started.
He's just getting started.
He's saying, okay, bye.
Item D, I hope.
I'm through with that. The next item that I have is a capital reserve, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. A repair and renovation fund request totaling $455,000. The repair and renovation funding was approved in the 21-22 legislative year. They provided $300,000 for counties to take care of classroom repair and renovation. And then 22 and 23, they put 500,000 more in there. They pay it out quarterly. So currently our balance is $591,000, but you can pre-access the next 2 quarterly payments, so we could access up to $839,000. That's an interest-bearing account. That's where the $39,000 would come from. So I'd like to request that we have access to $250,000 from the R&R fund for the Sylvan Elementary Public Water System because it indirectly affects every classroom. The folks at DPI said that that would be on the table to be considered for approval. Also for Turntine Middle School tile abatement and tile installation, $110,000 from that fund. Hallfields Middle School carpet removal, $45,000. And then Graham High School window blind replacements, $50,000. And that would all be from the R&R fund.
And blinds just aren't meant to be pretty, they're about safety. If you got a shooter on campus, those blinds are closed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the estimated time to complete those projects?
The reason I'm asking for them now is so we could go ahead and send the applications. You have the applications here. And if we get approved, we go ahead and get POs in place and start moving.
So by the end of summer?
End of summer. These are things that I'd like to complete, yes, sir, by the end of summer, except for the water project. Now, that would be more lengthy.
What does it mean, public water system?
Because it's on a school property and it supplies the school, then it falls under the domain of being supervised as a public water system. So there's more regulation and.
Is it just a well, though?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It is, but this would be a well, a new pump house. And we've already looked at where it would need to go, and it would need to go across the street, so we'd have to have DOT involved. We own the property across the street.
Okay.
And then go under the street.
That's the Sylvan.
Sylvan, yes, sir.
You're referring to.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Carter.
And no question.
I just have one question, just to clarify. I see that each of the things you're gonna be speaking on today, at the very bottom of we have a balance. It says the allocated balance is X. You have, my question is, so you have an account for repair and renovation? And you have an account for capital reserve? I'm just going through the list I'm just going through the things that you have at the bottom of each, like, for example,
Okay.
ABS lottery request. I see that the unallocated balance is 2.325 million. I'm just noticing that all of these accounts have different balances, and I'm
Yes,
just gonna make
sir.
sure that's all uniform.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So the
No worries.
R&R fund, whenever we do an application to that, we have to do it where our board chair would sign it and your board chair would sign it.
Okay.
And then it would be sent from here to DPI for them to approve. So the R&R fund is separate, and it's only for classroom repair and renovation. That's all it can be used for. So far, we've never used any of that. That's
Gotcha.
why it has such a balance.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. And you said something earlier, I just wanted you to clarify, I just wanted you to say it again, so maybe I'd make sure I heard it correctly. You're saying that in these accounts, that you can actually access future funds?
Only in the R&R account.
Thank you.
Because we know that they split the payments into quarters, but they're all equal, and they know exactly what's gonna go in there. So they said we could, because we wouldn't be pulling from those funds until during the summer,
Sure.
after the money's in there. But if they know that the project is something they'd approve, they'd let us pre-spend it,
Okay, thank you.
just for R&R. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
No, I was at the Monday meeting and you didn't miss nothing. There was no rock that you haven't looked under. I appreciate that, because it was covered, and I appreciate that, because a lot of times when commissioners say, bring it, we need to know what you need, we wanna know everything you need, and when you bring it, it's like, Lord have mercy, I had no idea. And that's what, it all needs to be on the table, because we need to see what we're looking here. It's disappointing, I'm not kidding about Elon already needing to expand it, but everybody wants to come live here, so we can't have school in a tent. And I don't even like double wides, because they're a sitting duck. If you got a shooter on campus, when you're in one building, it's different from being a double wide. I'm just gonna say that. I've never liked them. I know you gotta have them sometimes, but I don't care for them. And, cause kids are out there all by themselves, and it's just, I mean, the teacher and all, but it's just not like being in the school, so to speak. But I just wanna see it all, because we need to see everything. I don't think we have sometimes, and you just think, what's this, and then just put it on the table, and then we'll figure out how we're gonna do it. So,
Well, not only shooters,
praying for you, Greg.
not only shooters, but it seems like tornadoes have a little radar system of their own, and they just seem to find anything that's metal construction and go for it, so.
Dorothy.
Yes.
Quick logistics question, Mr. Does the money from DPI go directly to your ABSS's building fund, or does it come through the county?
I think it sits in a county fund, and then
Comes to the county and then we
Yes.
allocate it? Okay.
Yes.
Capital reserves, go to capital reserves?
So the renovation and repair fund would operate the same as our state lottery monies.
Okay.
They would be deposited into a state treasurer's account. ABSS would submit invoices to the county for reimbursement. We would then refund ABSS off of those funds.
Okay. Thank you. Motion to approve.
Second.
Let me make my comment.
Oh, I thought, I'm sorry.
Okay, you currently have 591,000 and change in that account, and then you have future funds that are projected to come into that account. What is that amount and how soon?
839.
It should total 839 by the end. Of course, it's still, earning interest as we speak. So I would expect it to be over 840. And that money doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't expire. So if we don't touch it this year, we could touch it next year or anytime during the year. So the reason I'm really interested in using this R&R money, because we have the 1.8 pushed into PAYGO to work on cameras and key cards and security vestibules. It would keep me from accessing PAYGO money for these few projects here
How soon will it reach 839? What is your time frame?
by July 31st.
All right, thank you. So it's on a yearly basis?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
You have a motion?
Motion to approve.
And second.
All right, any other comments? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Want to say yay or?
Yay, whatever. Any opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Yes, sir. The next request I have is a capital reserve fund request. One of the items that I had on the slideshow, the Alexander Wilson traffic parking lot project. We put that out to bid last year. The low bid came in at $860,000. We never formally accepted the bid. And when we went back to talk to the contractor, they want to negotiate their bid because of the price of asphalt and materials. And they requested a 12% bid increase. That's $103,000 that I have listed there. But the other piece of this, we couldn't have accepted their bid at $860 anyway because we'd already spent off $33,950 on engineering and design fees on that project. So I'm requesting an increase of $136,950 for that project.
Now, is that one of those DOT things that they'll pay you back?
Well,
Or they say they are?
it's not a guarantee. In fact, we had the Alexander Wilson, the AO, and the E.M. Holt projects in the March meeting to be considered for the reimbursement, and we didn't get picked for any of those. They'll go back into the June meeting to be considered. I don't know how frequently they'll keep putting them back in or how long that you can continue to put them back in, but it's back in consideration. So there's no guarantees.
Well, I know, I think it was 2020, they had a $750
That's what it
million, we don't know where it's at situation. I hope they found it, because I'm sure school systems could use that.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Thompson, Mr. Lashley, we're going this way this time.
Okay. I think my question was how did this happen? And I think you just said it, that it was just, you made a request and it was never, the school system never followed through with the bid.
Yes, it was before I took the position. The bids came in, they had the bid tab, and the low bid was $860. And then the operations office came here and asked to increase the budget for this AW parking lot driveway to $860. And you all agreed to change it to $860. The piece that was missed was the bid was $860, but they had already spent $33,950 on design. So they should have asked for $890.
Mr. Carter,
No question.
Mr. Turner.
So the original request for the budget should have included enough for the design as well, and didn't?
Well, the original request, I think, was really low, and all three of the projects, AWAO and E.M. Holt, came back to ask for more funding. The amount of funding asked in that second go-round was not quite enough to cover the design fees, yes, sir.
But my heartburn on these requests, just so you know, gets a little harder as we go down. My trouble here is that this is the third request for the same project.
Yes, sir.
If we don't, what happens if we don't approve this?
We could put it back out to rebid, and if we do, we could get lucky or we could get burned. It could come in higher. I can't say. I know you hear a lot about the asphalt index and the cost of supplies, the cost of labor. I can't say where it would go.
Can you do a portion of the project?
We could look at it. We could. The particular bidder held a place. We've talked to him, said, will you hold a place so we could see if we could negotiate the bid. He's still holding a place to do the work this summer. We could go back and look at this plan with the designer to see what else could be done. The critical thing at AW, and you all know, the 54 and 119, the new school is going up the road, plus all the folks trying to get into Honda at the same time. It's critical to get the cars off the road.
And the reimbursement, if we get it, would be limited at $750,000.
Yes, sir.
Regardless of what we spend on it.
That's right.
Thank you.
What does this look like? Is this just another lane? Or what's almost
No,
$900,000 worth of
it gets the
pavement
cars
look like?
off the road onto the AW property, and then it would
Okay.
loop them around.
Okay.
What is the time frame?
The contractor says he could do it this summer. So the things that had to be completed, not that it would be totally complete, but we think that it could be complete enough so it wouldn't impair the ability to get get cars in and out when school starts.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Thank
Okay.
you.
Any opposed? It's
No.
unanimous.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Oh, it is not?
I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. You have a 4-1.
Oh, thank you.
Next.
The next request I have is for lottery funding in the amount of $1,145,000. There are different pieces to this request. We're requesting $400,000 to put with the existing money from Senator Galey, awaiting that bid to come in on that track. We have several alternates in the design of that track. There are two different pieces to that track. You have the track itself, which needs to be taken up. When we did core drilling with the engineer design company, they found there were 2 layers to that track. In some places, the total depth of the 2 layers was 3 3/4 of an inch. So the layers were not appropriate to begin with. But it's crumbling underneath and causing the rubberized cover to come off. So we have that part, but then we also have drains, 2 drains that we want to take out and repair, and they have the terracotta pipe as well. So those need to be taken up and redesigned. And then also another alternate that we have, there's a 4-foot pipe that runs the distance of the field. It's a 4-foot metal pipe, corrugated pipe. That really needs to be sleeved. That would be another alternate. So we're looking to see how that bid comes in to see which pieces we could do. But at a minimum, that track needs to be taken up. We need to do the drain work and then put the track back down and rubberize it. The second piece of this lottery request is $700,000 for the Western Alamance track, which is unusable. Now it has lots of cracks and the rubberized coating is coming off as well. Then we have a request here for $45,000 to remove the bleachers from AO Elementary School and put back what we call tip and roll bleachers, which can be moved around the gym. If you want to do a program up at the front part of the gym, you can just move them and you're essentially moving your seating around in the gym.
Mr. Turner, I'll start on your end.
Mr. Oak, this is an example of a surprise, particularly with the Western track. I mean, I didn't, Mr. Lassie brought it up today. I didn't know that the Western Alamance track was an issue. And that's a $700,000 surprise. Now, I feel like we sort of have no choice because Western has to have a track program. I just think if we were operating under a plan, that wouldn't be a surprise, and we wouldn't have to. I mean, I feel like I've been thinking about a roof at Western High School, a roof at Western Alamance High School, and trying to figure out how to make that happen. This impacts our ability to do those things, and it lessens the confidence that I think the public has in the request and the series of requests. But I don't know that we have a choice. And the $400,000, that's because there are additional requirements over and above the monies that was coming from the state.
Well, yes, but the track bids that came in January, we had one bidder, and it was $987,000, and that was not even including any of the alternates. We feel like because there was only one bidder, the price was raised that time. We feel like we can get it in lower than that, but we don't feel like we're going to get it in for the amount of money that we have left from the Senator Galey's money. So that's what that is, to supplement it. I'm not saying we'd spend all of that, but it sets us up so that we can move quickly. The problem with this track is they're running on it now. It's in really bad shape. It's not quite as bad as the track at Western, but it's really bad.
Can those tracks be fixed before school begins next fall?
I think it would be a stretch. The best time to start taking those tracks up would be February. We'll have to talk to I'd say no for Western, but since we have bids coming in for the Cummings track on the 3rd, we could talk to the person with the bid that we choose and see what they could do.
How about
The
time
prob-
for next track season?
I would say it'd be close. The problem is when you start doing the asphalting work in the winter,
Yeah.
you can't do it in the cold and you can't do it in the wet. So the ideal time to start that is February. And so what was envisioned, I think, if the Gailey money had covered the bids that had come in, would have been to start in February. And the track coach already had plans this year at Cummings to use the Williams track to run his practices and his meets. And they had kind of collaborated so they wouldn't be there at the same time. So we can always make a plan like that if the project's not finished in time for track season.
And what's the immediate need for the bleachers? Why is that part of this immediate request?
Well, the bleachers at AO, if you go to that school and you look at the bleachers, and I would imagine they may have been put in with the school, they're really old, but they're 6 feet tall in the back. So when you pull these bleachers out, the top row is 6 feet high. And there are no side rails, and we can't find that you can retrofit these old wooden bleachers with side rails. So if you have someone that's on the top row or the next to the top row and they fall off, they're going to fall 6 feet. So it's not compliant and it's not safe. The reason that they're made that way versus some, if you go to Graham Middle School, the bleachers go all the way to the wall because the egress doors are next to the bleachers. So the bleachers don't go all the way. So they've been that way all these years. They're 6 feet tall, but we did have someone last year stood up, they bumped their head on a basketball goal and then fell off the bleachers.
There was a lady that fell at a turn time basketball game one time. She just got too close to the edge, and I mean, you got to be like a mountain climber or something. Now you talking about kind of like at Hall Fields, they've got in their gym. It's not wooden.
Well, it's not just the material, but they're lower at the back.
Yeah.
But they are, when modern bleachers, when you buy them, they have rails on the sides where they need rails, and when you pull them out, the rail moves and it's in the position where it needs to be. We have several schools that have older types of bleachers that really need to be removed. And then the way to go, especially in the elementary schools, these tip and roll bleachers, because they can be rolled. Like at AO, they have a curtain at one end that they can open that creates a backdrop for choral programs or any kind of program that they're going to do. And then you could literally move the tip and roll bleachers to face that direction.
Well, I said a couple meetings ago that there was some excess funds in the lottery, the DPI lottery funds. And so I applaud your effort on both the R and the lottery funds and pulling that monies through and getting some immediate needs done. I anticipated that we were going to get some roofs done. So that's my heartburn there. But thank you for presentation.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carter.
I have to agree with Mr. Turner. I can't even imagine that the coaches working out there with young people don't see this and aren't reporting it to somebody. So it should be coming up to ABSS and to us before we get to the point where it's a critical issue. And I know you're new in this job, so I'm not trying to put the fault on that for you, Greg, but yeah, this kind of stuff, somebody needs, it needs to be, I know you're trying to do that with so many different, I can't even imagine the balancing act you have with all the stuff that needs to be done. But yeah, we can't have schools operating without having the fields and things they need, the tracks, the football fields, the ball fields and whatnot that they need to operate with without having people on them and knowing that they need something and letting the people in responsibility know about it. So we definitely need to see improvement on that.
I agree. I have, just as an added note, in the PAYGO 5-year plan, the other tracks, Graham and the southern track and the eastern track, in a schedule to have them recoated with rubberized coating. I think that's a piece that needs to be there as well. Now, the tennis courts, the two that we crack filled, that it wouldn't have saved them to put paint on them on a regular cycle.
Right.
But on a court that's been redone correctly, if we have a recoating cycle through the PAYGO plan, that should preserve them.
Is there an argument for using clay courts instead of asphalt courts?
I can't say. I don't
This
know.
ain't Wimbledon.
Beg pardon?
This ain't Wimbledon.
Yeah, maintenance is you back.
I don't know, that's why I asked the question.
Mr. Lashley,
I have no questions.
and I have none, and Mr. Thompson, I think you've already,
Yeah, I'm done.
do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. The last item I have for you is a bond fund reallocation request. I have a presentation that I can flip through for you, just so you can see where we have money left in the different bond projects. So on each of these slides, I've set them up similarly. At the top, it just lists the beginning funds, the amount that were in each of these projects at the beginning. And then the bottom row lists how much is left in each of the different categories that we put funds into. And then at the bottom left-hand corner, I've listed it as unused funds. Those are funds that we feel that the school system should not be moving around or accessing without collaboration and then votes from our board and your board as well. So this one, for an example, is the Cummings project. The total funding for the project was $10,867,000. But the unused funds right now that were never budgeted in the project are $901,000, and that's because the construction budget came in at $8,500,000. On each of these slides, we listed some things that could be considered at these schools. They're not necessarily on the capital reserve request sheets. A couple of them are at some of the schools, but nothing on this one. And we just put that on there for consideration, because I think there's different schools of thought whether at the end of all the bond projects, if the money should be spent at each of the schools to which they were designated, or if they could be pulled back and reallocated through the county commissioners to cover needed projects. This is the Eastern High School picture. So on this slide, we've listed to be completed, and I've put some budget numbers here. At each of the high schools, we need to replace all of the cameras, so that's on here, and we also need to get key card access in place at the schools. And then several of the schools, we need to do abatement and tile replacement, but we're doing that in the summer following all, the students leaving and all of the project work going on. Graham High School is very similar to the prior slide for Eastern. This one is Western High School. On here, we do have the roofing project listed as other needs at this school. So that could be a consideration at the end of the bond projects when you're discussing what could we do with the remaining funds.
Did I read somewhere that you were gonna take $1.5 million from Western to give to Southeast, the new Southeast High
I
School,
have that
which
on
has
the-
a construction manager, that they guaranteed that price?
Well, I have it over on the southeast
Okay.
slide,
I'm just asking.
but the answer is yes.
But I thought when we did the new high school, we had a construction manager, like if they went over 10 cent or 10 million cent, they ate that.
Well, this is it. The problem that we have on this project is there was no budget item for supplying the school, stocking the school. And when I say that, everything from a school-owned band instrument to a trash can in the classroom, to a pencil sharpener, to the books and materials,
Okay.
to football helmets, and so on. So stocking the school, if you look across each of the budget items, when this project was funded, no line was put in for stocking the school.
Okay.
So that was the Western School, Western High School. This is Williams, and this one's a little different because I have noted here that we we need to do camera replacement and door access control here, but we also need to request to move $250,000 from unused construction funds over to construction contingency, because we don't feel like we should be accessing unused construction funds without the permission of commissioners. But that's to cover the cost of doing the cameras and the key card access. I have all of the requests summarized on the last slide. This is Southern High School. Southern High School looks a little differently because there's a column in there for $1.7 million for county funds for road widening. That included road widening and also what we're calling the stacking roads or the long driveways at Southern High and Southern Middle. So together that was 1.7. Back in May of 2021, the school board voted to push that 1.7 into the GMP of the contract, or at least $787,000 of it. So at this project, we think we have $915,000 left of unused funds, and we're requesting to move all of that money over to construction contingency so that we can make sure we have the money to do the camera replacement and door access. But security walls and gates were not put into this project at the beginning because they didn't think they had the funds to do it. So this would be the one school out of the four that have a similar plan, Eastern, Graham, and Western, that wouldn't have the security walls and gates. Southeast, this is the one that we just spoke of, yet to be completed. The cameras, the key card access, and supplying the school, and this is where we're requesting to move it from the Western High School bucket of bond money over to this school so that we could stock the school. Pleasant Grove, we have listed here to be completed cameras and door access, and then we have quite a bit of tile abatement and tile replacement, and we just put an RFP out last week to do all of the tile replacement and abatement in all of these schools that need that. South Mebane, it needs roof repair and tile abatement there. So in this particular case, we're asking to reallocate the money from the unused construction funds over to construction contingency so we can access it to fix the roof. One thing you notice about this school when you walk in to this school right outside the main office, you look up and you see all the water damaged ceiling tiles, and you look down and you see the floor tiles coming off the floor. So that's the areas that we're working in.
So when we were adding on the great big thing in the back, we didn't think about doing the roof at the same time.
Well, I think they knew.
'Cause I'm a girl, that's what I would say.
I think they knew it existed.
Yeah.
And I think the hopes were there would be money in contingency for that. There is money there in contingency that we could, mostly take care of the tile abatement, which they knew that existed, but that needed to wait until the summer to get the kids out so we could get.
Well, I just
the
remember
crews in there.
whenever Pleasant Grove took one of the pre-Ks and moved a wall, and there was good old asbestos, and then it had to be located to another school. I just know every time we do stuff like that, you never know what you're gonna find, which can add up to so much more. I'd like to get my hands on a man that thought asbestos was a good idea.
So this is just a summary of all of those pages. If you were to total the bottom left-hand box across all of them, we currently have $9 million of unused funds across all of those projects. And if you were to total the bottom right-hand box, at the moment when I made all these slides, there would have been $14,800,000 there. But we still have the projects ongoing, so we're still spending away at that $14 million. So the reallocation requests that I have are listed here, and those are the ones that are listed here under 7G. We're asking the county commissioners to approve moving money from Williams High School construction funds to construction contingency, Southern High School construction funds to construction contingency, Southeast High School, 1.5 million from the Western allocation, and then at South Mebane, moving money from their unused construction funds to construction contingency to finish the pieces that I'd listed on those slides.
do we need 2 votes or 1 vote? That is, 1 vote for the,
Yeah, interesting question. It's all one item. I think 1 vote's sufficient.
all right.
I could have swore that when we talked about Southeast, that was turnkey, everything.
Well, it was just construction,
Yeah.
GMP, which wouldn't have included any of the stocking the school items. But you're correct, anything that had to do with the school itself or the construction project, it was on the contractor to take care of.
It's kind of crazy building a new school. Where are you gonna sit? On the floor?
No, let me just say that it did include desks.
Yeah.
The 1.5 ask is not for desks or furniture. So if I was to go back to the slide and it has furniture, fixture, and equipment, that was in there for the desks and for the library shelving, for all the shelving in the school, those kind of things. So furniture and fixtures is taken care of in the GMP.
So what is this particular amount?
It would be everything that students and teachers need to teach and learn. So we're talking about books, we're talking about football helmets, we're talking about the classroom trash can, everything that you would see inside of a school.
What about stock in the library?
Yes.
Everything.
Everything.
Well, that takes me to something else. I know I went down to Graham High School the last year I was on there, and their field hut, and it got fixed, but I was told that their current football coach had gotten a grant from somebody that he knew that was a big company to help them with uniforms and really safe helmets. You know, because I know when Dr. Moffett was on she was all about concussions. She's a pediatrician. My daughter got a concussion at Williams her senior year. It was an accident, but it just happened. And I just want to make sure that, like, Graham's helmets are just as good as anybody else's helmets. Like band instruments, we see all the time where people have to raise money to get band instruments, and I know there is a fund for everything that you could think to get. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And when that just kind of triggered me when you said helmets, because I went straight back to Graham High School, and I thought, because I mean, it's just don't want any school to be treated any different than any other school.
Yes, ma'am.
All kids deserve what they're supposed to have.
This includes all the uniforms for all the
Gotcha.
sports. I mean, it's
Okay, 'cause
really
they stallions,
everything.
right?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Thompson was first, you're second.
Oh, wow, okay. Thank you, Chairman. I guess what I want to say is I want to try to be consistent. I mean, listen to your presentation, and I truly appreciate everything you've said today, absolutely, without a doubt. But I'm trying to be consistent with what I've asked the school system to do, and that is a priority list. My first inclination is I would rather the money go back into the pot and be used for high priority list, high priority items. See what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Am I making sense, guys? Because it just seems like, I know these funds were allocated to each individual school, and the project came in underneath, which is great that you have some extra funds, but it just seems like if you want to take care of the high priority list or high priority items, it would be better if you were going to get those is to put them back in the pot and then take them out to take care of those high priority items. What I'm trying to say is, like, some of those bleachers, $45,000 seems very reasonable for that, but is it a high priority? You know what I'm saying? I hope I'm saying this correctly, but it just seems like that if we just take this money and put it back in the pot and then use it for the high priorities, now take care of the school that you have, that you were allocated the money to, you get that project done, the project's done. And then you can look back at your high priority list, and some of that $14 million you could use to, I don't know, go after one of the roofs, as Mr. Turner was saying earlier. I mean, I'm just talking out loud here, just trying to be consistent in what I'm asking and what I'd like to do, so. But it's truly up to this board how they want to take care of it.
Mr. Carter.
Well, I think good point, Bill. I thought the same thing when we heard the presentation the other day, that, in the, capital oversight meeting. If we put that all back in the bucket and could use those funds for some other situations, once we determine that we've finished each of the projects, then take off some of these high priority items and get them cleaned up. we've already got the money available to use that for those projects.
I would like to clarify, and I'm not unsure if I'm interpreting correctly, what you're telling me. So at the outset, the cameras and the key fobs were supposed to be part of the project. So I'm asking for that, those moves from unused funds.
Sure.
Absolutely.
That's part of getting the project finished, right? That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. Get the project finished, take what's left over, and I think this is what Bill was saying too, get the project, if I'm incorrect, just let me know, Bill. But finish the project, whatever's left over, put it in a pot to take and get these other high priority. Because as I understand the bond, once we finish the project, the excess funds can be used for any other school projects and not a specific school once that school has been finished. So that gives funds we can use to get some of these high priority projects taken care of and put it in a bucket to get that work done. But definitely finish the schools.
Well, I think that begs a question, and that is, what is the project? Because when Dr. Thorpe was here in October of '22, we talked about where each bond project stood, and we had reached certificates of occupancy for most of them, and we're moving into the final stage of all but I think about 3. And then there was we had a conversation about when will we know how much money is left for each bond project, and the answer was 60 to 90 days after final completion. And we're 90 days past final completion for all but I think 3 of the projects. I think it was Pleasant Garden and Eastern and one other. So if that's true, if we've reached final completion, then we should be done with the bond projects. But then there's, well, we're not done with the bond project. So what I think we're talking about is, or I think the question is, have we finished the contracts that were originally awarded for these projects?
No, not all of them. We're working on punch lists at all of them, and then the 3 you mentioned, we don't have full certificate of occupancy in all places. Like at Cummings in the auditorium area, at Eastern, parts of the cafeteria area, and some of the 2 science classrooms. At Pleasant Grove, we do have a full certificate of occupancy, but they continue to go in on the weekends and work at night to do things. But it's working for the students and teachers.
So we're not at final completion anywhere?
No, sir. And then the other.
That's significantly different than.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Where we were October of 2022.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you speak to why?
Well, I'll address the tile and the cameras and the key cards. Those things.
But those weren't part of the original contracts, were they?
No, they were
extra.
pulled out. Well, I think they were pulled out intentionally so that we didn't push them in, so that the contractor could mark them
For
up.
the contracts that we've signed, have we finished those? So if I'm not talking about tiles and stuff that was not part of the original
Right.
contract, so just the contracts that we agreed to do with the bond project, are those finished?
No, they're all in process
all in the
with punch lists except for South Mebane.
That's finished,
Yes, except for the tile and then the roof piece, which,
which would be a separate contract if we approve it.
yes, and we'd manage that ourselves through our project management so that we're not incurring management costs with those. And that's originally why they were pulled out from the beginning. The Cummings contract, now it did include the camera and key card access. They pushed it into that project, but the rest of them, they were held out.
Can we go back to the first slide of this? I think it was the Cummings. I'm just trying to get my head around that. So the contract price was 10.867 million, right? That's I'm sorry, the budgeted price for that contract.
That's the money that the county commissioners budgeted to that project.
And the construction contract was 8.5, which was a savings there was a savings there of 901. And then throughout the project, we've gotten additional savings because the furniture costs less and the testing and surveys cost less than what they were budgeted for.
Yes, sir.
I don't understand why you're drawing a distinction between the $901,000 and those other buckets on what the school system has available to it and what requires county commissioner approval. I don't understand the basis for your distinction.
Well, we felt like the money that was put in construction contingency, FF&E, and testing that we could access that during the project as needed to meet those needs. This project's still ongoing, so we never know what tomorrow holds if we come across something that might require a change order or something else. So that money's accessible. But we didn't feel like we should be accessing money that was in the unused category from the outset of the project without the blessing of the commissioners.
So I don't really see a distinction there. I think you have a budget for the project, you have savings for the project, and the difference is what I agree with Mr. Lashley, and I said that in October, should come back to the pot so that it's divvied out as part of a master plan. And if a wall at Southern is part of the priority and it has a higher priority than a roof at Western Element or Western Middle, then that's part of the plan, and we can do that. But I don't think we ought to be we ought to be saying, this money stays here, this money stays here if we've got high priority needs that we got.
No, I agree with that.
That's
I'm
Mr.
not,
Lashley's
yeah, I'm not asking to hold it in these.
But
just-
I think that would apply to all of the savings for any particular bond.
Yes, sir.
My issue now is, now that I understand that these aren't complete, I don't even know that we're at this. I don't even know that we're here at a place where we can have this discussion, because we don't know if things might happen which might pull more money to what we originally contracted for. So I think maybe we're premature. But I also have I share Mr. Lashley's concerns about how to handle this money, which I said in October. So I'm being consistent there. More specifically, the allocation of the one.
Equip the school. It's
Okay.
not for operations, so they would not be able to use this money for utilities, things of that nature, but to equip the school
Okay.
with library books, band uniforms, band equipment, things of that nature is an allowable cost.
My other concern there, there is a plan to cover the operations of the schools that we set into motion years ago, which is the $1 million every year that goes into the capital reserve fund for operations at Southeast High School. I mean, am I right that there's $1 million that we've been putting into that every year that goes to operations?
So we evaluated that earlier, when looking at the capital plan, and if you remember, we had that conversation at the board retreat in January, was that to remove that operation piece, because that would truly need to be covered through the county's operating budget.
Going forward, yes, but
Going forward.
we've been putting money up until now into that account.
Those
That idea.
costs were not gonna come online until 23-24, so it would have impacted those figures at 23 and 24,
Okay.
the amount that we would pull out of that
And
fund.
we've got 6.4 million in capital reserves right now.
We have 4.8 million.
I'm sorry, 4.8 million. I'm
in
sorry.
capital reserves,
Right. And estimated to be 9.8 million by the end of the year.
thereabouts, yes, sir.
The way I would solve this problem is to take the 1.5 from capital reserves, not do the bond reallocation, wait until we have not just substantial completion, but final completion, knows what those numbers are. And then I would say reallocate those numbers back, reallocate everything back into the pot. So we're not talking about money from Western going to projects at Southern. We're talking about putting it all back in, having a reassessment of what the priorities are, and putting the money out based on that. That's what I would do.
Can you go over the capital reserves number again? Is that their account?
So the capital reserves that I'm referring to are the monies that the county holds at the end of the year. That is a combination of dedicated sales tax that is then put to the capital reserve fund each year for debt service as well as capital projects. That balance is $4,869,361.03. In reference to what you were referring to just a few minutes ago, Commissioner Turner, of allocating 1.5 million from that fund to go for the offset of equipping the school, I don't believe that that is going to be allowed, because it's not gonna be a capital project, meaning it's not construction or renovation. So really the best source of those funds that we have available to fund that 1.5 million is gonna come from bond proceeds.
Okay, I think I'm last. When will your bond projects be complete, the last of the last?
We're hoping by the end of summer. So we have our, we think we're gonna have our certificate of occupancy at the end of July for the new school. But I think along with that will still maybe be some punch list kind of things, but we'll be in. That's a big project. We're working on the punch list now at all of the other schools, closing up work, hopefully through the summer at Pleasant Grove and at Graham and at Cummings. So we're hoping, we're shooting for the end of summer.
So you're really looking for December?
I wouldn't
Because
say
you-
that.
You
I-
said
I-
90 days.
You know, like it's been said, I'm new here and I'm learning something every day. Just looking at the projects we have lined up, and knowing some of the situations around cameras and key cards, the supply chain could affect that. So, you know, if we can get these things approved today, these reallocations, our plan is to get with the engineering design company. Let's get going with these high schools on the cameras. Let's get that into engineering design and move that along. We need to do that replacement and get that out to bid. So hopefully in the summer, we'd start putting all those things up. Key cards, it's a different story. Some of the doors in schools, particularly the older doors and the mullion, the centerpiece, don't work with the key card systems. So then we have to order a new, it's not just the door slab, but it's the door system, and some of those, the supply chain doesn't get them to us when we need them. So key card stuff could drag on. But the intent's to close out by the end of summer, but, you know, just based on being a victim of some of those circumstances, I couldn't guarantee it.
I'm concerned, as I think Mr. Turner, Mr. Lashley, and see Mr. Carter shaking his head. I'm just of the opinion we need to get those items completed. Wait the 90 days that you were talking about, and then allocate these monies. That's just my position.
Well, I feel like before, it's just, we're discussing what to do with all the remaining money. I agree with that. The things, the current 4 requests that we have, these are so that we can complete the projects at those 4 schools, which I think is a separate issue.
Any other comments? Or questions?
Well, when is the deadline to have an allocation of 1.5 million so that the new high school can operate?
If you approve it today, we'll start spending it today.
We don't.
Well, then we're gonna have to figure out how we can stock the school. I mean, all those things that you need for a school, we wouldn't have access to funds.
Dr. Butler.
Thank you. Just a quick question, no wait. Mr. Hook, if this were to not be approved for the 1.5 million today, would we still be able to be on time with the CO and open school? They're referring to waiting closer to completion time. Do we need the 1.5 million right now to make sure we're open on time?
Well, the answer is yes and no. We can finish the school without the $1.5 million, but when the kids arrive to school, they won't have the things they need to have school, so we have to have it.
That's my priority.
Yes, sir.
I understand that other items may be negotiable, but I would really ask that you guys consider the 1.5 million to be moved to Southeast High School. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank
And
you.
I have to leave because I don't want to be arrested by Sheriff Johnson. So thank you guys so much. Thank you, Greg. Good job.
Thank
And
you,
we
Dr.
thank
Butler.
you. Board, any other questions?
So I just want to clarify what Mr. Turner was talking about and what Ms. Evans was talking about. Not possible to take it out of the account that we'd like to. We need to keep it into the account that makes us copacetic with everybody else.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just clarifying, just making sure that I haven't had a lot of sleep, so I'm making sure I'm listening to things the right way.
So we had a plan to
Hey, son right here.
pull money for operations that we can't use for operations.
That is correct.
Welcome to education.
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking.
Okay. I move that we reallocate $1.5 million for the Southeast High School operations.
Second.
Any other discussion? Are you additionally saying that we not allocate the other monies
I'm not, but that's implied.
stated?
And that we not allocate at this time in the other ones.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous on the 1.5. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Hook.
Thanks.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You did not walk into an easy job.
No, you did.
Okay, that completes all the items on our item number 7. County manager,
No report, sir.
all right. Commissioners, Mr. Turner,
Nothing for now, thank you.
Mr. Carter.
Just an observation, I found out this morning that a leader in the community passed away. Dr. John Kern, a longtime leader, chairman of the hospital for up until 2013, and involved in just about every aspect of Alamance County. Passed away Friday night, and visitations tonight at Rich and Thompson. Funerals tomorrow.
Ms. Thompson.
Just a really sad, touchy subject. Whenever we are in a world where there are alleged accusations against certain people in our schools, and if certain victims do come forward, I just encourage all moms and dads to talk to your children, because many times in those situations, from working in this field for many years, there's not just 1 or 2 victims. So I just encourage you to have really serious, hard, difficult talks with your kids, because you never want your child to go on and never have disclosed that and carry that burden for the rest of their life. It's very important.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish I had more comments because I had made a list of notes in my house, but that's where they are. But I do have one question. I saw all these things that we're talking about, grants and grants writers. How does the county look with its grant writer that we requested quite a bit of time ago, and a snafu occurred? And we got the person, but we didn't get the person writing grants. Am I missing something? I just want to see where we are in that process. Are we actively looking for a grant writer? Or do we have a grant writer that we are, I'm just trying to figure out what's.
Sure, so we have a grant administrator, I believe is the position title that was approved. Initially, he was being funded through some of the ARP funds, and we took that component away to have him focus more on grant writing and seeking grants, and so he is working with departments to try to pursue grants. He has a number of grants out there that he's waiting on responses for, and he basically assists departments in finding grants that would be relevant for their operations.
I know it's a process, and it's a lengthy process from what I hear from the
It
school
is.
grant writers. But I was
Yeah,
just
it
gonna
takes a
suggest
while.
that, the school system has grant writers.
Sure.
And that'd be a great resource to call to just to pass by what you're doing, what you're looking at. Maybe you
Sure.
miss something, maybe they can show you a different way to go just because they
Sure.
have more experience.
We have lost Mimi, who used to do a lot of the ARP things, so he has actually picked up some of those duties in the meantime, in the interim, while we have that vacancy.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just one more, John, I'm sorry. Before I got off the board of DSS, I had thought about us looking at not restructuring, but whatever, because I know they have been to some critical states of shortages and different areas and the thing, and one shortage in anything in DS is critical.
Sure.
I would like to know where they stand. I guess this will be
Okay.
presented in the budget hearing, but I know, we have got to really consider having our DSS folks making the same, if not more, than area counties around us, or we're gonna continue to lose them. And Craig's on that board, and he'll tell you the same thing. When your agency that does crisis is in a crisis, that is not done. We received a letter from DHHS, and also I read a letter that Susan Osborne had done in a USA Today magazine pertaining to foster children. That is such a serious crisis area across this country. So I would like to know where they're at with their needs and stuff, just because, waiting a day is not, we just wanna make sure that our county is covered and serving everybody it needs to. There's so many areas in DSS that unless you're in it, you don't even realize what they do. They're amazing, and we have to have them. So I'd just really like to know, that's a real healthy and important thing for an agency like that cannot have toxic environments, and they already work with toxic environments. They don't need it in their side of their building. So just curious. They're
Sure.
so important. They're so important.
Sure, I will try to address an assessment of where they are
Yeah.
as part of the budget
Because
presentation.
I'm a big fan of theirs. I know we all are. And we just want to make sure they've got what they need.
Yes.
Okay, Leonardo Penix contacted me over the weekend by telephone. And he was very, very just kind words for the Register of Deeds office and how he had a crisis. His mother apparently has a critical illness. He's having to take care of her, or is taking care of her, and he asked for prayers for his mother, but also his daughter is getting a master's degree in Florida, and he had to have an emergency documentation for his flight and so forth. And the Register of Deeds office apparently really went out of their way to help him, and I just think that needs to be said publicly. So, Mr. Penix, we're praying for your mother, very happy for you and your daughter. Thank you. That's all I have. Okay. County Attorney.
Nothing from me today, Board, except for the motion for a closed session, so I'll read that now. Pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318.11A4, I ask that the Board move into closed session to discuss matters related to the location or expansion of industries or other businesses in the area served by the public body, including agreement on a tentative list of economic development incentives that may be offered by the public body in negotiations. I don't anticipate any action after this closed session.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion to approve and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous. We're now in closed session. See, we are out of the closed session. We're back in the regular meeting. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, signify